Start doing the thing.
Oh boy, let's see if I can do this without in less than 4 hours this time.
I mean, it's fine.
T-Tar didn't look that closely at the cards and it turned out to be 5 hours.
I think we got everyone.
It's going to be 4 hours.
Okay, well...
Be careful.
Okay, so yeah, quick notes. Disclosing who submitted what, that's an instant DQ. So please don't talk about who you are, or like your group is. I will be looking at the chat this time, because why not? Sounds funny.
You guys want
But explaining the groups will actually also give you instant DQ. Please do not try and argue with my opinions. Secondly, I will be a bit harsher than last time because you people have had no restrictions this time, so you really have no excuse. Do show me your best work, and these are first impressions, per usual. So this may change as I look at groups later on. This may change as submissions get more complicated. It is not final what my opinions on this group will be from today.
Reading a book is staring at dead trees and hallucinating?
Yeah, reading a book is staring at dead trees and hallucinating. Good call. Okay, and with that, I will now be muting everyone and myself. No, not myself, yes. I.
Are you just gonna like turn off your PC sound?
Okay. First off, Squires. Bottom up order, because that's more fun. Shadow Wizard Money Gang group. It is a red, blue, yellow group about giving and using classic Robux gear to trigger effects and transforming fighters change how this function. There'll be no girls at the function. Okay, so sexism. Okay, a little bit of sexism. No women allowed. Okay, that's always a bit. That's a wrong prophecy of the law. I thought, oh, that's a nail. That's a castle for a moment. That's actually good tale there. Cart. Yep, that's a cart. That was a dick for a moment. Don the giveaway. Okay, yep. Okay. That's we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. Forming stuff. Okay, so a little bit of knob, yes. Okay, so let's see here. Shuffle a classic Roblox gear into your deck. Maybe cast a classic Roblox gear. Oh boy. Okay, what are the classic Roblox gears? I always forget. Fucking straight to the wiki. Yeah, boys. Shit, what even games, maybe? Okay. Danger power. Wow, these cards are shit. Except this one. Super Ball. Okay, so 3 colorless. Okay. Right, okay. Shuffle this into your deck. Hello. Where's the trigger for this? Just like whenever? Okay, whenever you take a piss, shuffle a classic Robux gear into your deck. Thanks. Hello, where's the trigger? Where's the trigger? I'm going to assume that's on cast, because I'm just going to assume that's on cast, but also, Okay. So I'm also going to imagine these possibilities are transformed, so when you cast your deck, when you cast a classic Robux gear, during and step cast 2 more Robux for a transform it, more transformed. When it dies, give yourself a favored. Oh my, okay, so not off to a good start here, because that's a lot of stuff to keep track of. Because firstly, it's when it's cast, okay, you shuffle a Robux into your deck. Also, when you cast a Robux gear, it gains health and power. Also, if you're during end step, you gain, if you've casted like 2 of those things, you can transform it. And then, as a 4th effect, when it dies, it gives you a faded circle stud. And what the fuck's a faded circle stud? Let's see, oh, that's a faded circle. So no longer don't token per card in your base plate in hand. Put a red, blue, and yellow stud into your base plate. Draw a card. Okay. So it's a token. So, and yeah, it's a token. So like, let's see, quick. It is the only other mention. So only this card gives this 1 token. So this one little fucking starter has 4 effects to begin with. Not a fan of that. That can be really simplified. And the thing about transforming, okay, RPS does this a little more elegantly, where you don't have to care about like additional effects when it's nurtured, because, well, I mean you do have to a little bit, but like it's not like gaining extra effects in like the same way this thing is. Like, it's not gaining, like, an entire additional new effect. A lot of the time, like, RPS cards just get slightly better if they're nurtured. And don't have, like, their own, like, different condition to gain, their bonus effects. Whereas this seems to, like, always have a bonus effect. Yeah, this seems to always have a bonus effect. And the bonus trigger is like quite different because this one requires 2 Willbox gears. This one is just whenever you cast a Squire, so like a core block Squire. A core block Squire. Does core block Squire trigger this? I mean, it is a Squire, so like, that's actually something I'm not going to be a nonce about. I could be a nonce about that, but I'm not going to be quite a nonce about that. Okay, melodic bard. Okay, so that's the other starter. Notice these are both 2 white and this one's 3 white. Okay. 5 charges. Okay. Whenever you cast a Squire or Squire dies, move charger against every 0 charge, give yourself 2 lateral raise and transform it. Okay, so like again, that's a different trigger that I have to keep track of to transform this card. For each colorless action in your graveyard? What? You know crystals don't tend to be colorless. You know crystals tend to be colorless, right? Choice cards tend to be colorless. Oh no. Also, 600, 300, 3 white with additional upside. We don't like power keeping Pikachu Killer. We could power keep Pikachu Killer, I think, but like we don't want to do that. But like, yeah, that much power buffing. Okay. Card driver. Haste. Whenever it's through your transform it if it's in your hand. Wait, you transform the Roblox gear? You... Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Give yourself a classic Roblox gear? Okay, so when Scars cast... Okay, so you're transforming the cart driver if it's in your hat? So is it just like whenever you cast a Roblox gear? The fact that I have to like reading this card 4 times to still don't fully get it, not a good sign. Like whenever Roblox gear is cast, transform it if it's in your hand. So you cast. I assume this means you cast a Roblox gear and you transform all copies of the card drive in your hand, which means that when it's cast, you get a Roblox gear, and when it dies, okay, and that seems to be a transform effect. So the death effect, which is not actually related to the transform effect, has 2 bonus effects if it's transformed. Oh, okay. Cast this card in your class if you transform 7 Squires this game. Shuffle 4 royal eggs. What's a royal egg? The fuck's a royal egg? Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Transform effect. Trigger it. If they have a transform effect. Hang on. Trigger it. Transform it. So, like, does this trigger, like, what's the card? Survivor Struck? Because, like, yeah, that's a transform effect, is it not? Is that a transform effect? Does that count? Yeah, the wording on this is like really whack. It's like really whack. All fighters get for the power. Lock them if you cast this card using any color studs. Fair enough. Kind of like this. Only 14 of these. Are these even like good? One supposed to be different colors. And I have to care about different colors in the graveyard as well. So different colors, casting them, casting Squires, transforming. Oh my god. Okay. Ugh. This is not rainbow. It's tricolor. Although, I will say though, okay, this little like being the thing being black instead of like the color it's not being green. That's actually a good touch. I do like that. Trick and James. Okay. Where the okay, that's legendary. It's a black legendary. And until zones, this card got targeted when Scars gives classic Roblox gear. Whenever cast Color's action, if you have casted each classic gear this game, how many classic gears are there? Oh no. Is a Royal Egg a classic Roblox gear? I'm gonna assume it's just these 5 bastards. Which fair enough, but like again, how am I supposed to know? Also, I have to care about how many different of those I've casted, how many colours cards in my graveyard, how many Squires I've transformed this game, you know? And all the transform effects. This is a really good one to start on, because if I did this one later on, my brain would be broken. My brain is already a little bit on fire. King James of Cavalry March. During NSEP, transform this card. Whenever you cast Roblox, what's the point of transforming it? Okay, so it's doing a bounty of the looks of thing. Okay, where you like get to transform, untransform. Okay. During set, Brendan's cast all ad squares contribute have power, transform, during it instead, untransform scar. Whenever you cast a classic rope clear, all enemy fighters lose 150 health and power. During a set, transform. Okay, so. Okay, so it's like you transform it. And you untransform it, so it like swaps between the two effects, and you cast it. Okay. That one's a little bit weird, but I actually do kind of like that. I actually kind of like that. You know? I actually do kind of like that. That needs to be like, needs to be a bit more, The syntax, like, could be improved here quite a bit, but that's something I thought I could probably fix in post. Okay, all our squires gain for ourselves, or lose 1,000 life. Why is this losing life? Is this so powerful it needs to lose 1,000 life? Well, okay, actually, no, if that fucking... that kind of snap off, sure.
Hey, Mir.
Also, my hand grave and base plate, someone with random influence squire from your grave and base plate, unlock them, give them... That's just like a bundle of stats. Why does this transform squires in your hand graven on base plate, and then summon one from graven on base plate, and then unlock them, and then give them dexterous, and then give them a health buff? Did it have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things? Did this card have to do 6 different things? I don't think it did. Okay, Great Castle of King James. If you cast a Classic Rubles gear, kill off copy except destroy it during end step. If you cast 2 more Classic Rubles gears this turn, all advances with power, you 4 more Classic Rubles this turn to generate thrice. Okay, so broke clear, give it again if it's fading. That's kind of neat. Cast 2 more this turn. Okay. If you cast a 4, okay, so it's just ramping effects. I like this. I don't want to have a heart attack. No! I don't want to have a heart attack. Don't hurt me. Okay, effects contrast on score. Whenever fights transformed with their stats, then if control fights in graveyards, but if it's unlocked, during your end step, effects of targeted 6 times! There's another one! There's another one! There's a fucking another one! If effects have targeted 6 times! There's another one! There's another one we have to track! During as against a link sword, the cost only 2 white, and cast color slots, the squire never scored your first squire's turn. Okay. I've gone over. This is the first one, Patrick. With my Maya done with this shit. Okay, so. Okay, first things first. Classic Roblox gear. Classic Roblox gear deck. Good. Classic Roblox gears as a group sounds like a good idea. They're in a bunch of locations, like Ancient Scar, I think one of the Duelesses, and also Games itself. Like, they use classic Roblox gears already, but I do think that using that like group of actions as a group, that could work. So the core idea here is fine. The problem is literally just all the stuff you've added on top of it. Like, fucking Duelesses? What the fuck? When you've, yeah, the problem is all the stuff they've added on top of it. Because there's, like, a bunch of, like, disparate things you have to track. You have to care, like, how much stuff you've talked this turn, colorless cards in graveyard, how many times you've transformed Squires this game. That's a lot of stuff to keep track of, and a lot of the cards tend to be pretty messy. Like, this card, like, gaining, like, 2 different abilities. It's also messy. The fact that every card has a different transform trigger is also really messy. Stat-wise, though, I think most stats are sensible, I think. Yeah. I'm also not sure what, like, the transforming is supposed to signify here. Like, okay, yeah, I'm using classic Roblox here, but, like, what is the transforming signifying? Exactly. Like you're casting the classic Roblox scares, but what does it mean to like? How do these classic Roblox scares like empower or strengthen these guys? Like you're just casting them. So I think this was like a good idea that got lost in the source. Yeah. Squires. Yeah, so it's like a cool concept, some cool ideas, but there's like a lot of stuff. There's like an aggressively too much tracking. And also, some cards are weirdly syntaxed. Like, for instance, Comic Counterfeit. It's just a shuffle the classic Roblox here. When does this trigger? When does this trigger? The card driver, he's saying, like, when you cast a classic Roblox here, you transform it. When you actually mean transform all the card drivers in your hand. Coupled with how unjoined. Okay. There's my squire. There's my squire opinions. You know it's a bad sign when I'm taking a break after the first one. I'm taking a break to get a drink after the first one. Just give me a moment.
Ik ben getrouwd met vleermuizen Quano en ik leef nog lang en gelukkig. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd met vleermuizen Quano en ik leef nog lang en gelukkig. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Vleermuizen Quano. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Vleermuizen Quano. Ik ben getrouwd. 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 Ik ben getrouwd met vleermuizen Quano en ik leef nog lang en gelukkig. Ik ben getrouwd.
I can confirm British people are fake. Yeah. Where are we? Okay, yeah. Oh, Okay. What's next on the list? I was vibing to that, Myr. Skill issue. Vibe to me instead. Dybbuk. Dybbuk is a red, blue, green group based around defiling cards in your graveyard to temporarily transform fighters using possession. Okay. Before you begin, yeah, that's what I thought. Fucking destitute? Sorry, no, that's destitution, actually, thank you. That's destitution. Imagine not being able to spell obscure English words correctly. Can't be me. Okay. This card costs 3, let's call the studs if there's a possessed card in the field. Let me try and find possessed card. Okay. Once cards cast or Dybbuk gain 200 power. Okay, that's very annoying he didn't put the common here, you know? But, okay. Okay. Once card would become possessed, put a copy of this card in your graveyard. So, possessing is obliterating transform card to copy this card to the next end step. Temporary transforming, that's not actually codable right now, as a fun fact. But, okay, I kind of like that, I think. I'd have to see. I'd have to see how you use it, really. When this card would become possessed, draw a card. Oh, also no starters? Oh, starter here. Okay, right. Let's start with that, actually. Yeah. This is not nice. I guess it's like... No, actually, no. There's no excuse. Why the fuck is the rares here and the starters down here? Come on. Starters here, okay? Starters top right, okay? Put the starters first because they're the most important stuff. Like, this is not the most important card you have to show off, okay? These are because of the starters. Okay. Minor rant aside. Is that fucking 3 white, 500, 400 in blue with upside? Is that fucking 500, 400 with blue for 3 white and blue? Sorry, did you just print a card that fucking, like, trades Pixel Flame as a starter in blue with the same cost with upside? Bruh? When this card is cast, defile a blue card in your graveyard. And defiling is a obliterating card and replace it with a Dybbuk that corresponds with its colour. So you replace a card in your graveyard with a Dybbuk. Okay. Why does this just like transform a Dybbuk in your graveyard? Yeah, there should just be I don't see why this obliterates. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm British. Oh, bother, I'm British. You happy with that? Yeah, fuck off. Okay, if you develop the first card in the graveyard since last end step, this card generates a red, blue, and green. Okay, so this is a Pixel Flame that triple gems. It's a fucking Pixel. What's the first card in your graveyard? Is that like the top card, the bottom card? Is that like the first time you defile a card? What's defile if you defile the first card in graveyard? Okay, I'm assuming that's like the. Hang on. Is this just when it's cast, Gen 3, on a Pixel Flame in blue? No. I really want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Okay, chat. Okay. 3 white, 500, 400. When this card is cast, defile something in your graveyard. Whenever you defile your first card each turn, you gain a red, blue, and green stud. Am I hearing this? Am I hearing this correctly? Am I? I'm praying right now. My hands are together, next to my nose, next to my mouth. I am praying. fucking exorcism right now. Okay, Deep Delver. When this card is cast, defile a green card in graveyard. When this card gains 30 alpha, need to fire a card in graveyard. That's a good starter. I like that starter. It's a little bit weird that it like gains health per on when you cast it, but I do actually like that. That's a much better that's a much better start than what the fuck's going on here. When this card is cast, defile a red card in graveyard. This card gets 50 power whenever you defile a red card in graveyard. Again, cool. I like these. Again, you're doing the thing where the green one gains health, red one gains power. Good stuff. Okay. So. Let's just pretend that doesn't exist for a bit. When this card will become possessed, draw a card. Wait, is that... Hang on. I'm assuming that's in play. I'm assuming that's... Wait, no. Just fight a copy of this card until the next end step. Possession only procs the newest copy of the said card. Hang on. Let me look at a card that possesses. Because those cards defile. What look at a card that possesses? Defile. Okay, there we go. Whenever an ally fighter dies first time, possess a random fighter on the field. So that would transform the fighting copy of this card. So you would possess a random fighter field. It would turn into an exploiter in desecration temporarily. So I'm assuming that if that ability procs on these, you get an effect. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure. I don't like the fact there's like two different of these abilities. There really should only be one. But this does make sense to me right now. And the idea of stuff like possessing fighters, I actually do like that. Patrick, I told you not to explain shit. Hello. Oi. No. Okay, so where was I? I pull a copy of this card. I hate this. This might just be a pet beef thing, but I fucking hate this ability where you put copies of stuff in the graveyard. Okay, I like normal stuff in the graveyard. Okay, I like normal stuff in the yard. And putting stuff in the yard that makes sense, or putting specific stuff in the yard, the Angel of Truth. But just putting copies of cards in the yard where that doesn't have a graveyard effect makes little sense. Especially in Dybbuk, where yeah, I really don't like Fashionable Citizen for this reason. Especially with Dybbuks, where you don't really want to defile a Dybbuk. You really don't want to defile a Dybbuk, because you're obliterating a Dybbuk to gain a Dybbuk in the yard. So the reason why I don't like it is because there's a little bit of strategic complexity, as it's called. Well, you have to understand why this effect is useful in the first place. So whenever an ally attacks destroys an enemy fighter, possess that card. Which one's possessing? It's possessing the ally fighter or the enemy fighter. I'm assuming it's the ally fighters became possessed. The fact it obliterates is also a little bit nasty, because the fact it obliterates... Hang on. Hang on, do you go minus every time this effect procs? Hang on, whenever fire attacks and destroys, possess that card. And when you possess a card, you obliterate... Okay, so you're obliterating the Threefold Wrath instead. Okay, so whenever fire attacks destroys an enemy fighter, okay, obliterate this card. This card possesses the fighter that you attacked with. Okay, so during a step, or when this fighter dies, that doesn't actually work in the code, I don't think. And the reason why that doesn't work is because it implies that you can in a trade where this attacks and destroys, it's a mutual destruction. Okay, this will attempt to transform into the It'll attempt to transform into the fighter that's about to die, but then it will... Actually, I guess it will actually die. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that. Whenever another fighter dies first time, turn possess around fights on the field, no-score attacks, and if it's adjacency. Adjacency is actually fine, I just don't like it. Adjacency's fine, I just personally do not like it, it's really fiddly. Soulful Shade, when you cast a first action since your last end step, possess the random fight in your hand. And I'm also noticing these are tokens. These Dybbuk tokens. Can you just copy this card? Okay, so imagine... Okay. Give yourself a nightmare? Give yourself a nightmare? Sorry. Give yourself a nightmare? Like, okay, okay. Is this the card nightmare? Or is this a nightmare card? Is this the card nightmare? Or a nightmare card? Are we going cross-archetype? Nightmare jump scare? I kind of see it like, he's tormented, the Dybbuks are like spirits, giving nightmares makes a little bit of sense. I don't like it because, again, it is cross-group. Cross-group stuff isn't stuff we like here. But, that's like a minor ding. I think this group's more like a death by 1,000 cut situation, so let's just check the legendary and then we'll move on, I think. Yeah. Level 1, let's card up whenever you defile a card. Draw a card whenever this card levels up. Whenever this card reaches max level, or a Dybbuk gains 2 defile, not come repeat this effect of their token Dybbuk. Okay. Draw a card when this card levels up. When this card reaches max level, all a Dybbuk gain 200 health and power. Knock them, repeat this effect if they're a token Dybbuk. Use a token Dybbuk. Level this card up whenever you defile a card. Draw a card when this card levels up. When this card reaches max level, all allied Dybbuk. Repeat this effect if they're a token. So all I gain 200 power, and they get additional 200 power for the tokens. Okay. A little bit cool. I kind of like that, although, how are you getting the tokens into? What I'm not understanding is how you're getting these token Dybbuks into play to proc this effect. Am I missing something? Also, is this fucking... Well, no, I guess it does need a yellow one because of, like, Defiant to get a corresponding colour. Okay. When this card reaches max level, all I Dybbuk gain 200 health power, knock them, repeat this effect to that token. How do you actually get a token in play? I would be fine with it this one time, Tita. I would be fine with it this one time. So if you can't get the tokens out, how are you giving the tokens health and power? How are you repeating?
I'm pretty sure, like with how it's designed, you're supposed to. They're supposed to
Tokens blocking the... Okay. So, despite the fact they very clearly don't say they block in the graveyard, they block in the graveyard. Okay. Let me check. Is this in the fucking channel? Nope, it's not in the channel at all. So, as far as I care, it doesn't say it tracks in the graveyard. It doesn't say it blocks in the graveyard, so it doesn't block in the graveyard, as far as I care. Dybbuk. I did think of that. Like, I did think of, like, okay, maybe they meant, like, it like, blocks in the graveyard. I did think of that, but, like, it would have to say if this card's in the graveyard. Because that's how it works. Like, I can only, like, go on of, like, what's in the text. Like, what's in this big field. If it's not in this, I can't really, like, judge it, you know? So, Dybbuk. First things first, I'd say this is good theming, okay? Okay? Possessing stuff is cool. Okay? I'm not sure what a Dybbuk is, but... I think I actually mention it in... Oh, that's just for haunting. Yeah, I love like the ghost stuff here. Record a spook, superstitious mistakes. Tormented Traveler, especially. I really do like that one. Although I don't like his black eye. You know, a fucking black eye. Otherwise, yeah. Exploiting Desecration feels like a red effect, like a red card, I should say, just on the name alone. Although this is like, yeah, this actually is just kind of just a red card, to be honest. Also, why are these kind of just like the same effect, you know? Hmm. Yeah, it's not Diana. It's... Oh, it is Diana. For some reason, people think I have some kind of, like, pregnancy vibe. Like, people associate me with pregnancy for some reason. I don't know why. And record a spook, yeah. Okay. What's next on the list? Worldtune. Another tricolor group. I'm getting really bored of these tricolor groups, not gonna lie. But we'll see. This artwork fills me with dread. This artwork. Hang on. Tiger Fire, add two swords to its cost, destroy all other choices and. Oh, okay. So resonating. That's. Mm. Is there any explanation of what Resonate does? Additional effects are applied to cards that have the same total stud cost as a fighter with this passive. Okay, first off, that should not be a keyword. This card can just say, okay, each time an ally dies, all our fighters gain 100 health, and all our fighters with the same total stud cost as the card gain 100 health. This does not need to be a keyword, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll keep looking through them, but from what I saw, this doesn't have to be a keyword. Secondly, I'm noticing you putting a nice colour sword in your starters. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I have considered it a bunch of times before, putting a colour stud on starters. And what I've learned is that overwhelmingly it doesn't play well, because people still have to play like starters anyway, because like the starter mulligan. So you're not actually it's not something I would recommend. I would recommend, if you're going to have starters in the group, make sure they are actually starters tagged. And if you're going to make cards starter tagged, make sure that's just because they are starters, not doing any like weird Valk bullshit. But okay, ask our finish attacking deal damage to a target fighter. For each fighter with the same total stud cost as this fighter, increase this card's cost by 1. Okay, total stud cost matters. This could work. The biggest thing you're going to run into with total stud cost matters is the fact that you have to keep track of it. And like it's like a massive like multi-board tracking thing. Especially for like both players, because your opponent will incentivize tag stuff of the same total stud cost to weaken these types of cards. So I don't think I don't think this is going to work. I will say this is a great flavor note. You know, Worldtune, you're clearly tuning the world, you know. You're resonating with stuff in the same frequency, same total cost. That works. That's actually a stellar flavor note. So I will give you that. But I don't think total stud cost is going to be viable. Do you remember points of rarity? Cards that cared about like how like rare cards were? Like old Brick Mason? Yeah, I think I've just triggered a Fluffle Fun's PTSD. Yeah, this is kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing. Especially when the starters have their costs changing. You know? Like, if you have 2 Elder Mage Andals in play, it's impossible to tell, like, the difference between them without hovering over them. And you're going to have to do that for every single card, pretty much. This is why Points of Rarity is no longer a thing in Blocks cards, because it was just not worth it. Everyone hated it. It was so finicky. But I do think that maybe if it's just, like, if you made most of these, like, total stock cost 4, I think that would be fine. And I'm also noticing you're doing a bunch of card effects that kind of do nothing. So, like, this card's cost becomes that fighter's cost. I know why this exists. That exists to, like, you know, make sure you can, like, line up resonates. But the problem with doing that is... Let me compose my thoughts. The problem with doing this is that it's not actually, like you have to understand that, oh yeah, resonate exists. For that effect to have any value, and it only has value if you already have cards with resonate in play. So I'm not particularly impressed. Also, is that too white for 100/100 that gives 300 life in a colour stud? That's a bit weird, but okay, sure. Hooded figure. And you're making us cost less studs for each fighter you control with a total stud count of 8 or higher. So this guy's like you having like huge stud costs. I like being able to transform. I also like that end step effect. If it resonates, you get to just fetch a card. It probably is going to be a card that can also like resonate with it. I actually really like that a lot. Although it is like total studs cost 20. They can take 2 cards, the total still cost 20. Hmm. I mean, I guess it also just costs less for each. Okay, so it's not actually total still cost 20. Also, if it's one of each colour, then it's going to be minimum of 5 yellow. Hang on, so it'd be 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 20. Okay. Lands of Harmony. When it's got scarcity for a random Worldtune card. The costs of all adjacent fighters. That's a headache. That's a headache. God. After Scar finishes attacking, target one enemy fighter card in your graveyard. This card's cost the same as that fighter, and half the stats of all enemy fighters that resonate with this card. That's really cute. Yeah. Focus in unison. Target fighter control resonate. All fighters that resonate with that fighter gain 50 health. So why can't again? Why does this have to be a fighter with resonate? Why can't this be choose a fighter you control? All allied fighters with the same total stud cost get 50 health power. Why does this need the keyword? Yeah, I'm quite happy to say this just simply does not need the resonate keyword, and would actually just play better if it didn't have. Like if you control 5 resonate, assume that's cast only if, then like why not just make this cast only if you control a Worldtune card, or there's some Worldtune card in your base plate? I don't see why this has to be specifically resonate. Because now I have to like go back, keep going back and forth, and like figure out what resonate is. So like, okay. Also, removing color studs from the cost of cards probably gets a bit silly. What's the card I'm thinking of? Is there a card that costs pure colorless that bounces something? I'm pretty sure there's a card that costs pure colorless that bounces something, but I cannot remember what it is. Arinthian Pilot, yeah. So using Valentando, you can bounce something infinitely by yeah, that's that's probably at least like what? You have to get a lair and 2 of them out. It's probably fine, but like you can ping me, but again, bear in mind it's supposed to be first impressions, and I want to go in blind. So like if you explain the groups to me as I'm like going through them, I will be very angry. Do not do it. That is a very good gif, and I'm actually scared. Which one's 5 ahead? Which one's 5 ahead, huh? Trendy, 1, 2. The Drowned. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So, Worldtune. Yeah, so easy first one first. Excellent flavour. This is a 5. Okay. Trendy. I hate that font. Hellbenders. Hellbenders. Group mechanic there's commonly given in this event. Okay, so this is a Dragon Force guess, I take it. Okay, when this card is cast dies, gain 2 Hellfire. Shall we say it? It's another one! I guess we'll have to select on Dragon Forces. So the thing about the Dragon Force mechanic, okay, is that it's a very overpowered mechanic. Not in the sense of that, like, oh yeah, it's just like fundamentally too strong. It's not like Rage or anything like that. It's an overpowered design solution. And what that means is that when you're designing stuff, okay, you will have to answer certain questions. So, for instance, with Neo Dragons, it's how do I make sure, like, you know, that I sell the flavor of these huge, really powerful dragons? And Dragon Force was part of that answer. It was actually more of like a 5th type of color as Neo Dragons. Like, Dragon Force was extant for like a 5th color back in the day, but the point I'm making is that every single like design problem can be answered with some kind of Dragon Force-esque. Like Hellbenders, sorry. Yeah, every mechanic can be answered with a Dragon Force-esque in some way. So if you want to make, for instance, I want to get a lot of funds, then you go for wealth. You know, you just make, oh yeah, I'll make this like funds mechanic, and people gain funds. You know. If you want to make like your deals with the devil, okay, we'll just like, you know, here's like your hellfire, and like the more in hell you are, the hellfire will increase. If you want to make mechanic based on how like disgusting you are, you're like, okay, here's the filth mechanic. Whenever you eat shit, you gain a filth counter. You see what I mean? It's like the same basic mechanic, but like flavored in like 50 million different ways. To the point it loses a lot of its flavor because you can flavor it in so many different ways. And that's what I mean by it being an overpowered mechanic. So I'm a bit disappointed to see it here, and I would like to see what else you're doing with it. Let's see if there's something cool. When this card caster dies, gain 2 Hellfire on 500, 400. That's a really good common, by the way. I know this doesn't look like a nice common. I know it's like not that interesting, but actually no, this is actually a very well designed common. Okay, it's a very simple to understand. It's really simple to understand. It's it kind of tells you what you want to be doing in this group. You want to be gaining Hellfire as quick as possible. Join a sip, gain Hellfire. Yeah, and also a nice simple thing about this is it's not a very stressful card. We have a tendency to like print these kind of like stressful cards that create like big board states turn 1. Look at like Vagabonds. Vagabonds are kind of like create a lot of stress. And so by only playing one card that just gives you a little bit of Hellfire, that stops your opponent from like freaking out and like thinking they need to respond to like what's going on like immediately. So actually I really do like starters like this. I really like starters like this. Challenge completely fine, although like piss. Those are some piss stats. There's some penis stats right there. Hellfire Warrior. Okay, so you lose a Hellfire. You gain 100 power, you lose 100 life. Sure. Okay, yeah. Very simple right now. I am appreciating that. When this card's cast, spend 3 Hellfire. If you did, destroy each fire's lowest health. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, total cost 7. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm digging this, actually. I'm digging this right now. You can gain 2 Hellfire, Ooga Booga. I will say, this being on 3 is a little bit weird, because what we're looking at, this gains at 2, this gains in 2, and this spends on... Oh, this does spend in 1. Oh, that's another sort of one, where, like, by doing it in odds, okay, you make sure that you always have a little bit of Hellfire left over from these effects whenever you gen, which go into other cards. That's actually a nice, subtle effect. I do like that. That's an ugly fucking dragon, Jesus Christ. Where haste when this card attacks, spend 3 hellfire. If you did, your opponent draws a card, destroy 2 oldest cards in the hand. Draw, then destroy. Okay. Okay, I like this. I don't think this wants to be on with a haste card or an attack trick. Like, normally haste plus ripping cards out the hand. People don't like that. People get like really weird about that, but that's fine. Hellfire Conjurer, once cards cast, spend 3 hellfire. If you do, draw 2 cards. Yeah, sure. Sacrificial Short Sorcerer at a fighter, you gain 6 hellfire and lose 6 life, 6 life for Hellbender. Now, I don't like red being able to just like pop fighters like this. Yellow has the worst removal, so that's fine. But red, I like it when most of red's removal is health-based in some way. I don't believe red should be able to just outright destroy fighters. But well, that's fine. We could just make this like 1,000 damage. Whatever. Sokar, Hellfire Chieftain. That. Damn. Look at all these fucking devils, you know, all these demons, you know, and then fucking Migusta Rage Face comic for Alkanos. Alright. When Scott's cast, spend your hellfire for each hellfire spent this waste all offense if it was 6 more on the Skeleton Fighters. Okay, so it's Kingrin. Congratulations. You've made Kingrin again. Thank you. Okay, so that was actually quite easy. I actually do like this. I think you could do something more interesting than Hellfire, but like the basic concept here works. This is a solid, if a little bit boring group, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, it's our favourite if you're bland. Actually, hang on a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24. A little bit on the low side, but that's fine. I won't be ranking them here. I'll be doing like some plus minuses, but I won't be ranking them because this is just first impressions. There's another point I wanted to make, but I've forgotten it. What's the other point I wanted to make? Okay. Where are we at? Universal Garbage Compound. Fast mid-range. Green-blue, fast on accumulating, then removing passives. Accumulating, then removing passives. You know, yesterday I bought a cider. You know? I kind of wish I kept it until right now, you know? I probably should have saved it for this submission, for this little outlet we're doing right now. Should have saved that cider. I'm scared to click this button. I'm scared to click this button. What the? Okay, those are some artworks. I like those artworks, actually. I actually really like those artworks. Like, what the fuck is that? People wonder if a slime is edible. I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with attractive. Attractive? Transform immune. Whenever this card is cast or attacked, cleanse the target allied fighter. All IGDC fighters become transform immune or return immune if already applied. Return immune to win card cast target fighter. All IGDC fighters return immune or transform immune if already applied. UDC Boomy. Empowering. The fuck's empowering? The fuck's empowering? Okay, fair enough. Okay, I don't like this. I don't like this just on concept. And the reason why I don't like this just on concept is it's a little bit mean, actually, but I'm going to have to go into studio to explain it. Actually, no, I don't. There is a small loophole. Shit. Nope. Okay. Fuck. I'm actually gonna have to know it up by heart. Chat. Smile. Chat. What's the fucking seasonal? The seasonal? You know, the anniversary. Like the beast. Like going to like the dwarf. You're going to like the dwarf area. Failed experiment. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to explain the text. Fine, experiment, sure. It's not there. It's not there. So, put short, okay, there's a bunch of things, okay, that look like passives but aren't. Or don't look like passives but aren't. Like, what counts as a passive is like the fundamental problem. Like, what actually is a passive? Is Soulbound a passive? Is Soulbound a passive? Is Haste a passive? Is Conditional Haste a passive? Because Haste is a passive, but Conditional Haste isn't. Have fun with that one. There's some other stuff like Silverton Texagon is an interesting case because it has what's called Omniimmune. Yeah, there's a passive called Omniimmune, which is just all the immunities in once as a single passive. So Silversome Texagon is immune to like all effects, pretty much, on a single passive. So if you clean it, it'll be one. It'll only give one like cleaning. Compare that to Goes, which will give like 20 million. So just on the face of it, okay, I think this is like a big trap that I keep seeing of people saying they want to make like multiple passives matter. And again, what is a passive is not cleanly defined in the rules or even in the code. Health is a passive. So, yeah. But, let's see here. Turn scar, attack, let's talk about fighter. All tots are a passive, actually, yes. That's true. Yeah, in the game's code, okay, the way that an alt art is defined is it's actually a passive little block of code. So you have the card, and then one of the passives of the card is all of its alt arts. So yes, alt arts are a passive. So having more alt arts, okay, or a card having an alt art would count as a passive. Yes, that is exactly how they made the card that random adds an alt art. By the way, the same thing applies to foils. Foils are alt arts in the same way. Foils are alt arts, so yeah, foils also count. Have fun! But yeah, okay, so Uzi Boomy. I will say, I am liking how clean and simple it is. Statline that is terrible, statline that's slightly better, but they don't stack. It will just be if they have a single alt art, it will count as a passive. Or if they don't, it doesn't. Do you know that rank counts as a passive? The card's rank counts as a passive? Reminder text is passive. Reminder text is oftentimes multiple passives, even. But only like if it's like a custom reminder text. If it's like of like a basic effect, then yes, it would count as a passive. If it's a basic, it wouldn't count as a passive. But if it's like a custom reminder, like you see on like any card that seances or injects, then that would count as a passive. Do you see why we don't really like this? Okay, let's cast attack. Cleanse our fire, then choose up to 4. Hang on. Or I'll lead you to see fighters gain their passives. Okay, me on my way to give rank 1 to all of my cards. Okay. So yeah, that being mean aside, yes, the card's rarities are passive, and also, a card not being able to gen is a passive. It's like inert in X is a passive. And this is where things get really fucky, okay? If something's inert in all zones, that's just one passive. But if something says inert in play and when discarded, that's 2 passives. Like, again, this is the fundamental problem with this, like, type of group. What counts as a passive? Ha ha, I'm Stampy Longcat. Ha 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 ha, I'm Stampy Longcat. Ha ha, I'm Stampy Longcat. Funny! Okay. Boom Raiders. A tricolor group. Focus on terrain fighter manipulation. Meet requirements to put fighters in the terrain zone and the benefit from powerful effects. Okay, putting stuff in terrain zone, always funny. That's always funny. Keyword and tune puts fighter in terrain zone. It enters filtering and step. The fighter's orange terrain spawn. Animate the fighter. Okay. Okay, so you've already sold me. Okay, put stuff in put stuff into terrain zone. That's funny. Flatfly will fucking hate this. Sorry, T-Tar will fucking hate this because if I had to fight tooth and nail to get like fucking For those who don't know, I was for like Silicon Quest, the innovative. Yes, the innovative was going to have an effect where it would actually put a target fighter into its controller's terrain. And the T-Tar and Flat shot it down because they didn't want to have to bother making sure that card works with every possible interaction. So an entire group about that, that makes me very giddy. That makes me very giddy. Supply carrier, once cards cast, target qualified generates, base focus 5 behind, and tune this card. Once cards cast. No. No. Why would you entomb that? Why would you entomb the starters that they don't do anything in the terrain zone? I don't like that. Why couldn't they at least have like some trigger that works in the terrain zone, you know? See, Jungle Navigator does it just fine. So like you have no excuse. Photographer. This card's weird because, like... Okay. Track the Jungle is an extremely cool card. I really like this card. That has a lot of like dynamic gameplay decisions in it, like what to put in the terrain zone. I actually really like that. This is also a card I really like. So these two cards are fire. I love these. What do I think about that GIF? I think you've spammed it for like the past hour and it's really boring. When this cards in teams, that sets all enemy fighters to find trouble and log them 3 turns. Sorry turns if you have a base player rank of 15. 15? Do you realize how big 15 is? Like, Frozen Phoenix is rank 13, and that's like, well, no, it's not, it's rank 9. Oops. Like, that's rank 9, that's like hyper late game. Like, well, that's nice, Fluffle, but I didn't want your opinion. Oi. Let me form an opinion on my own. Thank you. Let me form an opinion on my own. Thank you. Oh no. All allied Tomb Raiders gain the abilities of that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, do you people remember Bioblades? Like early Bioblade testing? Do people remember the image? Can someone fetch the image? Someone fetch the image and put it in chat because, yep. Yep. Mobile players hate him. How to destroy people's phones with one simple card. We keep doing this because it's cool. And it is really cool. I wish we could do this, but also like, oh. So yeah, Two Tiger Fighter. One actually complaint I don't like is that you're entombing the Tomb Raiders? Actually, no, that doesn't make sense. You're entombing them. We're not like digging them out. Okay, never mind. Okay. 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 I need to get another drink, so it's time for give me a minute.
Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd. Ik ben getrouwd met vleermuizen Quano. En ik leef nog lang en gelukkig.
Okay. I'm back with a drink now. What's next on the list? The Drowned. This is one that people are saying is a little bit infamous. Okay. Sink. See all cards in hand, choose excellent shuffling your deck, activate additional effect for the mountain maximum amount of cards is shuffled. Okay, so mass discard with a twist. Okay. So the big thing I see here is token gen. Token gen, like ways to like fill your hand, is gonna be super important here. Love these artworks. Let's see what we're doing here. First card cast sink 2. If you do, switch a Drowned Fighter from your deck. So sink 2 cards, draw. That's a fire starter. Okay, cast your attack sink 1. If you do, draw a card. How is it going to attack with 200 health? A little bit. Also, this does feel like, because it's like a cheap card, you can cast on turn 2. So I guess it'll be fine, but like, When this card is cast, sink 1. If you do, give yourself 2 sunken bones. What's a sunken bone? A noted null zone zombified. Whenever this card will be shuffled into your deck, all allied drowned on the field in your hand again 50. Okay. Okay, so it's just being used as a trigger. Uh-huh. Drown Diver and Scatter Ground. Hang on. This and this is just the same card. This is just the same card. Hi, hello. You can be a bit cooler than that. This is just the same card. Come on. This card goes 50 health. So, this is a little bit funny in my end. And the reason why this is funny is because, small spoilers, but as part of the Fluffle Funds group that's coming out in a little bit, we did do a little bit of, like, a bunch of designs, probably settled on what we're doing now. And one of them was a mono blue group that shuffled cards into the deck and cared about shuffling. So, to see a mono blue deck that shuffles cards into the deck and cares about shuffling is very funny.
That's cool.
So, whenever your opponent discards a card, it goes also with bones. The card attacks into all eyes against health and power. Yeah, it's convergent design, multicat. It's convergent design, so we're clear. I'm not saying there's like a spy or anything. I'm not saying like anyone's being like. There's no foul play. It's just convergent design. And the reason why you can tell it's convergent design is because this completely works on its own. Like, yeah, I'm shuffling stuff into the deck to make it sync. So that's why the design is convergent. A convergent design is when two people independently come up with the same thing. And it's normally a sign that, like, it's a good thing that you've come up with if two people independently come to the same conclusion about it. Cast your deck, switch more drawing cards, think one if you do summon a drowned harpoon, and switch your deck for Captain Ahab, Ocean's Grasp. Okay. Once blast card, stick your cards in your hand, and then look target for actions. What's X? X number cards you've sunk this game. X is 5 or more. Okay, first off, put this X number of cards from this game at the top. Thank you. X5 What if I don't like searching the legendary here because there's only one copy of the legendary? Also, why can't this just be a like? Given this summons a drowned harpooner, why can't this just be a? Oh. Corden Bennett, that was a huge sneeze. Ugh. Yeah, so given this is just like summoning a drowned harpooner, why can't this just have the stats? Why can't this just be a statted fighter that, when it's cast, you get to fetch Ahab? Also, why is this cast only if the deck has 15 more drowned cards? When this card is, like, kind of shit, unless you're playing a bunch of drowned cards? Like, this card's just weird. Ishmael, Whales Hunter. When this card's casting, we've got 10 to X damage. Fine. Did I just see blue damage? Did I just see blue bread? Let's just make sure I'm not being, you know. Am I seeing this right? Am I seeing blue bread? Blue bread? Blue bread? Excess damage is still with burn? With burn? Fucking blue bread with burn? See, all of this was really good, right? Okay. Then we went, okay, this is a little bit meh, it's a little bit meh, and then we went, oh yeah, this is just fucking dog shit. And also this, like, all the X's are the same effect. You notice it's like, draw a card, draw 2 cards. So like, ooh. Okay, Peckwad. Let's see if Peckwad can save it. Dexterous, card can't be destroyed. Can't be destroyed? Okay, effects can't destroy this card. I assume this just means effect can't destroy this card. Okay, so effects can't destroy this card. The reason why that's important is because, like, if you like kill a fighter with combat, does that count as destroying it? Yeah, they don't say that, Snobgroup. They actually say this card is immune to destruction card effects. So it's the same thing. Same point. You undermeant what I stood. This card costs 1 color store for every card you've sunk this game. 30 white. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Right, oh, this card destroyed the bonfire card from his deck. This card put target fighter at the bottom. Okay. That's actually awesome. That's actually an awesome legendary. The fact it's huge, okay, and you have to like keep sinking stuff, like you're kind of hunting it in the Great Ocean. That's actually like incredible. That's an incredible vibe. So like, yeah, this is a group with a lot of like strong upsides, a lot of strong stuff going on here, and there's also a bunch of stuff that's not that good. You'll notice there's actually a subtle pipe break going on here, and that's at the bottom here, where it puts stuff at the bottom of the opponent's deck, which for all intents and purposes is just killing it. When blue puts stuff into the deck, okay, with like Depths of Nether, it's really important it's on the top, because that way you're not actually like killing the card, really. You're just like getting it away for a little bit. Is the idea? And so by putting stuff on the bottom, that's going to be a pie break. So yeah, great stuff here. Weird Stormy Clash card. This card is evil, and it's my least favourite card I've seen this entire competition, and it likely will be my least favourite card this entire competition. And this is awesome with a minor problem. Okay. These were the ones that were One moment. Let me just block PPPRC for repeatedly spamming the same Obama bot. There we go. The Overgrowns. A blue-green group focus on using suspend to keep opponent's fighter count low, then triggering ramp-based effects based on the low fighter count. A blue-green group focus on using suspend to keep your opponent's fighter count low, then triggering ramp-based effects on the low fighter count. Low fighter count. This summoning infected spouts. Okay. This is not okay. Do you people remember old police? Do you people remember how even forcing opponents to summon one fighter was kind of a problem? Do you people remember do you people remember the Miz OTK? They used Hallow's Bargain? Just use Hallow's Bargain to make both players summon a random fighter and then use Boomerman and Miz to get them over the limit? Do you remember how we had to nerf that? Despite the fact it actually wasn't that good? Fall Vessel does that on a starter. Actually, I should probably check what Infected Sprouts do. I should probably check what Infected Sprouts do first. I pronounce it Ms as a first one. Here's your box of tissues for the groups. Okay. Oh, Sister, where's the infected? Am I just being? Oh, yeah, I'm just being blind. There's the Infected Sprouts. Bull. Bring a step, remove charge. When this card's no strike, every opponent, green or blue studdling, obliterate this card. Hang on. Okay. I forget. If you suspend a fighter, does it come back in time trigger on end? I think it does, but it doesn't. So this does nothing in that case. Nasty. When this card is spare. Okay, well, I will trust you, Strike. Pocket Spectre support real. Let's close tap. Border break, hello, border break. Okay, no. If we're doing this about a fucking rule about border breaks, if we're doing this, okay, there's an important rule with border breaks, right? Which is that you don't go over the edge, the very edge of the card. You see how this is clipping through the absolute edge of the card? That looks ugly. Do not do that. If you're going to border break, okay, don't go all the way through the outer bit of the outer border. Okay? Thank you. Intoxicated farmer. As for died, you can fourth you right. Okay. But then, if this card has no charges... Yeah, so this is going to suffer from a little bit of what I like to call strategic degeneracy. Strategic degeneracy. And strategic degeneracy is when you have a group that does, you're intending this to be, a ramp-oriented group, because it gives your opponents green and blue studlings, It, clogs up their board a bit, it suspends a bunch. What's actually going to happen with this group is they're going to use the starter, and maybe the terrain, and then cast Boomerman. Ummers. Just out of nowhere. They're not going to bother, suspending stuff and, ramping. Okay? Because, as Infected Sprout, it seems like it's going to take, a lot of effort just to get, a stud. When I'd rather just use this, and some of the other stuff to just cast Boomerman and Miz or Grimclaw instead. Also, this is 50-0, if you notice. So, what's stopping you from just playing Dust? You feeling Dust? Anyone feeling a bit of Dust in this, sprouts. Steal all sprouts. Oh, okay, no, that card's funny. That's a cool card. That's actually a very cool card. Okay, cast fire starts to gain whenever non-fire dice non-combat damage, give yourself a blue or green studling. No. Stasis gas to lock the sprouts so they can't like get. Oh my! You've just printed dust. You've just printed dust support. Again, like I see the intent here. Like okay, you get a bunch of sprouts. You play stasis gas, right, to make sure like that you get value off the sprouts. But what's actually going to happen is you're just going to either do the miss strat, or instead you're going to get turbo dust, softlock dust, cringe dust. So, okay. Well, that's the thing we noticed is that in Trigger Sprouts, you actually have a way of winning other than Cassius. If you have actually sprout locked your opponent. Like if you haven't sprout locked your opponent, then what does this actually do? You know? Like yeah, you actually can't. Scary syntax, yeah. Non-board ways of winning, yeah. This is actually probably like my biggest complaint, more than anything else, which is that you're kind of punished for attacking your opponent. So yeah, okay. What's next on the list? Nightwatch. A colorless. It's a colorless mid-range control group based on tricking your opponents with shuffling harmful token actions into his deck and gaining benefit from that. Firstly, his deck? Did you just assume the opponent's gender? For shame, for shame. Okay. So, why were people... Okay, so the thing we have to worry about with like a mono white group, okay. The reason why we've never made one. Let's see if I can remember. The reason why we've never made a colourless group before, like a pure colourless group, is because colourless studs are far more valuable per stud than all other types of stud. What that means is that a 4 white card can do way more shit than a 4 red card, you know? 4 red Bogeyman sounds a bit silly. So because of that, okay, a group that only uses colour studs tends to be massively a problem. Tends to be a massive problem. But in terms of being weak, yes, there we go. It tends to be a lot weaker than other groups. It tends to be massively weaker than other groups as a result. Because they're genning these cheaper studs, okay? They're genning cheaper studs, they're casting a bunch of small stuff, they're getting able to ramp into big stuff. Okay. Whereas you can't really do that using pure colourless. So let's see. Casting 8 Nightwatchers. When this card is cast, shuffle 3 Execution Pursuits. What's an execution? When this card is shuffled into the deck, skies as a random card net. When this card is cast on skies that you lose financial life, so two cards. No! 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 The way that I'm reading this, okay, is that you cast the card, you pay the stud cost, you know? You pay the stud cost, and then just goes, no, actually, you don't get the card, fuck you, at complete random. Ugh. Yeah. So, yeah, the way that I'm hearing this again is that it's just like shuffled into the deck, okay? It looks like a random card. You then cast it. Paying the stud cost, and then goes, no, actually, it's this different card. And then... But, like, if it keeps its old effects, why would you ever cast this? If you keep its old effects, like, why would you ever cast this if you know... If you can see the card, okay, then why would you ever cast the? Is that like a cash grab? Like, is not a cash grab? Is it like a peace turns esque? Okay, so slowly is going to replace all the cards of Nightwatchers over time. I am a little bit speechless, yes. You took a swing? You took a swing here. You took a swing. You came out swinging. Fighters you control and in your hand into copies of this card. Okay, Clairvoyants. An RGB group focused on gaining value and laying traps in program using omen, slave face, the ground positive thing to bring to based on a board. No, we are not doing battlefield blessings. We are not doing battlefield blessings. No. 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 Okay, I guess I have to explain the problem with battlefield blessings. The problem with battlefield blessings is that you may notice that when you're in, like, in play, you'll notice that the cards shift around a bunch. In a way that's actually like, if you have if one card out, okay, and 2 cards out, those 2 cards will kind of like be overlapped on top of this 1 card space. And that's like a really hard problem to solve. Like, if you say... Like, it is possible we could just, like, rework the entirety of, like, the battlefield to work with the hand. But, like, putting stuff at the left like that is just, like, for 1 card, for 1 group, is a little bit cringe. Especially when they don't have the, like, type of, like, Actually, no. Surprise me. Surprise me, actually. Okay, okay. Point number bounty first line. Whenever bounty is filled, you gain a red sword and blue sword. Okay, what does it mean to fill a bounty? Omens. Place an omen on the board. Blessing at hand. Omens will last for a certain number of turns. They last for turns. We're tracking turns. We're fucking tracking the turns. Because you know what blessings needed? They need the ability to, like... You need to track how long the blessings will have. You needed to track how many turns the blessings are in play. The guttural moans of despair. Nope, I'm broken. Nope, I'm out. We're taking a break. I've lost my composure. We are taking a break.
Hey, I need some air. Point that air at me. Go to the glove compartment.
Just stay in the corner, mate. Sip your drink. Calm down.
I'm making a hard
Calm
ride
down.
at Saratoga.
There's still 20 more to go.
See if they're still on us.
Calm down now.
No, flipping away.
Just act natural.
Do you have any idea how fast you were going?
I'm pretty sure I was below 10 above the speed limit.
You got busted tail light, have you noticed?
I don't see anything.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Let me check.
So. Okay.
I don't want to do this.
Blessings kind of are a little bit of a choice. Okay? And as a direct result, one thing you do not want to add to blessings is a fucking time limit on my... Oh, wow. Actually broken. I'm actually broken by the concept of a time limit on blessings. The stream is still on the video, I know. When for it to end, there is a time limit on the blessings! You put a time limit on the blessings! You put a time limit on the blessings! Come on, man. Regain your composure. Regain your composure. Okay. Firstly, putting these little icons on this, okay? I really like that. It really does show you've not just done this as a shitpost, you've actually clearly considered how this would play. With the caveat that you've added a fucking turn and they are different. The turns are different on the battlefield blessings. But I do appreciate this. When the omen is fulfilled. Okay, what does it mean to fulfill an omen? So let's just see. Put an omen of bounty on your first fly slot when the omen is filled. So, does this just... Oh, I'm gonna fucking watch Snub stream, you know, fucking tomorrow, and then I'm just going to just be so embarrassed with my conduct, so embarrassed with my conduct today. So another thing you have to do later is Omen of Bounty. Okay, it says when this omen is fulfilled. So, does this mean when there's a fighter in that slot? Okay, do you notice how this says denoted by turn? Okay, and there's all this hidden fucking omen lore, all this hidden omen lore at the end of your... Hovering over an omen will display this can only return the ogre. Okay, despite the fact that the hidden omen lore. Okay, what does I'm assuming filming an omen means there's a fighter in that space. Oh no, it's fulfilling each omen you control a turn count of 0. Hang on. Whenever it's failed. What the fuck was that? Oh, hello. Sorry about that. My neighbour, a good reason to shut the window, actually. My neighbour dropped something and it made a very loud noise. Which probably means that my neighbour has been hearing me just fucking scream like a fucking madman for the past 20 minutes. So, you know, kill me. When foreboding omens fulfilled. Okay, what is an omen? Okay, how do you fulfill an omen? Sast on the fourth. Fulfill, put the old card and put it under the bottom of your deck. Spiritual wisdom above your turn. Cast it into the. I'm assuming it does just mean the number hit 0. I guess it does mean that, but like, I don't know. I literally do not know. I do not have enough information to judge this, despite the fact you made fucking battlefield blessings with a time limit. Okay. No, we spent too much time. We spent. Druids! Please be nice. Please be nice on my brain. A red, green, blue group focused around shuffling elementals into your extra deck. Into your extra deck. Into your extra deck. No, it's fine. We need to stop. Okay, just judging a book by its cover, you know? Extra deck. This is an extra deck consisting of only elementals. At the start of your turn, you can choose to draw from either your main deck or your extra deck. Okay, so it's not actually an extra deck. It's not actually an extra deck. Okay. Whew. Sigh of relief. So please don't call this an extra deck. Please do not call this an extra deck. Okay. When Scar's cast, I actually kind of like this. Again, do not call it an extra deck, but I kind of like this. With the caveat that this doesn't actually work, because you'd have to, like, if you draw a card on your opponent's turn, how would you be able to choose when you draw? You know? Like, you can't do actions on your opponent's turn. So when your opponent makes you draw a card on their turn, how do you draw a card from the extra deck? Oh, just say it's starting turns. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, I'm just a cunt. Okay. When this card is cast, 2 shuffle elementals extra deck. This card gains 50 power for each elemental in the extra deck. Whenever you draw an elemental, increase all island fighter's power by 100. Fair enough. It's too random. Okay. In fact, it's a little bit random. When this card's cast, shuffle 2 elementals in the extra deck. Target 5 gains 50 power for each elemental in your extra deck. This card dies, put a for base plate. When this card dies, put a random elemental into your base plate. On a starter. Trying to calculate how good that is, actually. Novice Abologist is a card that I would print. And that's a derogatory. That's a bad thing. This is a card that I would print. Flaming Wisp. When this card is cast, deal to attack 5, target dies, draw a card. When this card dies, draw a card. Okay. So, spending a white to just draw a card. Like that, and like that. Positive nature, or I think put in skies, I put random elemental into your graveyard on base plate. This card starts an elemental against truth for partial to copies of a card into extra. Whenever cast an elemental against truth for to TIE fighter. When this card's cast, draw from extra deck. Okay, when I cast an elemental, power. Shuffle. Put a target elemental extra deck on the top of the extra deck. So you can just fetch it. Okay. Elves and the game power. Cast down shuffle copy elemental into your extra deck. Then this card and going then this card and all cards in your hand give them power. Okay. Choose two of the final extra from Jack Stack and leave some for and then talk about it. Let me make sure I can copy of it into your base plate. Okay. Okay. First off, if it was just like the elemental deck or the elemental field even, you know, I would kind of like this more. The term extra deck implies stuff. It has deep implications that I don't think you intended. Because you're not fucking exceed summoning some bitches out the extra deck, you know? They're just elementals. Forest's Guidance. Okay. When this card is cast, for. The thing is, I'm not seeing, like, why the extra deck needs to exist, you know? I'm not seeing it. Every type of elementalist once. When this card's cast, Elementalists. And so weekly, I actually really enjoy, like, wacky mechanics like this. I know I fucking flipped out. Okay, and the reason why I flip out is because wacky mechanics like this are really hard to do well. It's, like, incredibly hard to do wacky mechanics like this well. And also, I think people, like, spend a bit too much time, like, sniffing their own, they get, like, acclimated. They get acclimated. Acclimated. There we go. They get acclimated to their own complexity at times. When Squires cast, shuffle 3 random elementals from extra deck, except the future fires, trigger their effects as if they're cast, shuffle 3 random elementals into your extra deck. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this, but this was a good shot. This was a good shot, I'd say. What would make me like this more? I'd like this more if the extra deck... It feels like you're, like, asking me to, like, code in this, like, huge extra zone, an 8th zone. Wait, is it an 8th zone? Let's see. Field, hand, deck, terrain, field, hand, deck, terrain, base plate, graveyard, and mortal sword. So yeah, 8th zone. You asked me to cast the code in this extra 8th zone. I don't think it quite. I don't think it's justifying itself. Like with the Immortal Sword deck, okay. The reason why that justified itself is because we needed a simple way. We needed a way to distinguish a mono-yellow deck, but also being rainbow. And so that's why the Immortal Sword deck initially came from, where these mono-yellow cards would keep drawing rainbow cards, and so you'd have to keep building this mono-yellow rainbow deck. That's where the Immortal Sword deck came from, to make sure you consistently got rainbow stuff and consistently got yellow stuff to get that, like, blend of mono-yellow rainbow I was looking for. Whereas this, I'm not sure what the value of this additional zone is doing for elementals exactly. And an entire extra deck is an entire additional deck is also a little bit of an overpowered solution, akin to Dragon Force, if you recall. I don't think it's like quite as bad, but what would make me think it would be justified? If there was something you absolutely could not do. Okay. But with these, you could probably just like shuffle the elementals into your deck and then like manipulate your deck a lot. That would probably also have the like same result. So I'm not sure why this needs an additional deck. Like, if what would make me like this more is if there was something that was like absolutely critical, it had an additional deck for it. That's actually a good point, Garten. Yeah, if you could choose what elementals went into your deck, so you could like really sculpt it, that could probably also help. That might justify it a little bit more. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's likely another matter. What's next? Oh, it's called Druids after Elementals, isn't it? Catalog Expeditioneers, a red-blue dual-color rainbow group focused on shuffling cards into your deck and searching them out. So it's another shuffler. Okay, let's see what we're doing. Okay, you've gone for an Azulus theme here. Okay, an Azulus Starstone theme. This makes me happy. I always like seeing these bits of lore integration here, so I like this. When this card's cast, shuffle the card into call the hat card into the deck to wear the hats. Revelment? 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 Huh. Fair enough. I guess that is a word, although it is actually revelry. Thank you. Revelry. Mm-hmm. Revelry. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, a hand of exotics. Catalog. Oh my god, there's a new keyword, okay. A copy of a card into your base plate. That's very simple. That's very simple. Thank you for making a really simple keyword. Once cards cast, shuffle a colored hat card into your deck. That's really shit stats. That is impressively shit stats. Okay. Once cards cast, shuffle a colored hat card into your deck. Once card destroys another, search your deck for colored hat carding. Let's lock it. Oh. Sorry, are these action cards with stats? Are these action cards with stats? Am I reading this right? They are action cards with stats. Despite the fact that a card in this game is an action if, by definition, it does not have stats. If it has stats, it is by definition not an action. It is a fighter. Or terrain, but terrains are important. Don't pretend terrains don't exist. And also, why does it have stats when you make a 0/0 copy of it? The actions that summon fighters, they just didn't make a fucking up for the action. Or you could just make it an on-cast fighter. Just make it an on-cast fighter. It's not hard. Just make it an on-cast fighter. Okay. Okay, so it does actually just summon a fighter. Okay, so it's not worst case scenario. Although again, why not just summon a fighter instead of someone have an action that summons a fighter? But okay. When a Skull's cast, shuffle a cold hack card into your deck. When a Skull destroys no such a deck for a cold hack card and catalog it. Okay. When a Skull is now just going to catalog it. I can see why. Like, yeah, we do have a bit of a problem with like genning being a problem with starters, like just like fast gen starters. Those should not exist trademark. But even so, that stat line is just miserable. It's such a miserable stat line. Okay, Starfish Infused Robot. When you cast the first, second action turn, catalog it. This card gains ultra and power. When you cast the second, the first, second action turn, catalog it. Unlock this card. A green stud? Hang on. A single green stud? Hang on. A red-blue dual rainbow group when this card has a single green stud in it? A single green stud in it? Disappointed. Like, at least like Ageless. Okay, I kind of accept it for Ageless. I like Ageless. Because, you know, it's like it's like things in Morphix, where like it's a mono blue group, but like one way you can like support it being rainbow is by having one of each stud. It's like where you like, you know, you have to have like a bunch of Morphix to like morph into the stud cost to cast this. So I'm fine with it on like the legendary, but like on a random uncommon, wacky. So I think this is fine. I think this is solidly okay. My main concern would be the fact that cataloging puts stuff into the base plate. And like you're probably cataloging en masse, which is like a big form of ramp. Which, given Vagabonds, I know Vagabonds have destroyed the fact I don't really like this in like Red Blue. I don't really like this type of ramp. That's more of a green thing. Like, this is actually more of a green thing, because it's directly putting it into the base plate. You're not, like, sacking resources, just discarding additional cards to win base plate. You're just directly putting cards into the base plate. So, this is really more of a green effect. Also, yeah, a catalog called Generate. So, I think, okay. Nope, wrong group. The only thing, because you're talking about ring band in chat, the only thing I've heard about ring band is it's like incredibly bad. So I guess we'll see. Okay. Bugverter. Blue-green, moving stats around and transforming fighters based on their stats. And that's a very neon blue. That's a neon blue. Why is there a comment there? Okay. Let's look at the artworks first, actually. Those are some very nice artworks. Very nice artworks. Ant Knight, Ant Warrior, Ant Titan. Okay, actually. Mantis. Bugverter Vessel, Bugverter Lord, King Beetle. Ladybug. You know, I don't know if you know this actually, but like ladybugs, people kind of think like ladybugs are like nice insects, you know? Ladybugs are fucking bastards. They are absolute bastards of insects, you know? They will like strangle insects to death for shits and gigs. You know? They are absolute bastards. Ladybugs. What the? What the? What? Why do I have edit perms? 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 Do I have edit perms? I shouldn't have edit perms. Wait. Hang on. Wait, why can't we... Wait, no. What? Am I being gaslit? Am I being gaslit by the spreadsheet now? You all saw that. I moved it. I'm getting gaslight. Okay. Okay. Right. And let's say no. This is way too blue. Fuck. This is way too blue. That's a neon fucking blue. Okay. When a Bugverters cast, coagulate. Okay. What's the keyword this time? What's the keyword this time? Coagulate. Target and transfer health from power between two fighters. Does not trigger if there are not enough target fighters effects, and coagulate as much health as the first fighter has. If coagulate. I fade you the first target one card change the target. Step into the two target and the which become a 1 for each 100. Okay. Coagulate 100 power. So it drains. Okay. Moist coagulation. Moist coagulation. Mom says it's my turn on the coagulation. Okay. So, correct answer for the Health King of Wild Fighters. I imagine this is going to be standardized. Like, it would just be all coagulation is like the same, like basic 100 health power. That's probably how I do it. All is between 5 and fight effect damage to this card. All right, Bugverters fighters gain 50 health. Okay. Wait, between allied fighters? So, like. No, it's different between two. So, I just said an allied. Coagulation an allied fighter. I'm gonna look. Thank you for that. Very cool. Okay, Bugverters fly. Let's cast Craig from from power. Oh, did I skip one? Oh, I did. I'll get back on that later. I'll get back on that after this one. Good catch. Guess opportunity to a coward. A coward fighter? Cowards? You know what I think when I think of insects? Cowards. Yeah. Damn, they put Snubcube in the group. Damn. That was a little bit mean. I'm sorry. That was a little bit mean. It's funny, though. Okay, when this card is cast. Okay. Why do 300 health between fighters? So, like, the way that I'm seeing this is that when you choose, when you coagulate, okay, you a target fighter loses that stat and you gain that stat. Which, okay, the way you've said it is target and transfer health and power between two fighters, okay? Which is like, this is such a convoluted way of doing it, you know? Like, why is it this when it could just be. That's so much cleaner, you know? It's so much cleaner. But anyway. If stat reset, doing set at a book phone, I don't know. I'm gonna coagulate your bugs. This fighter cannot attack or be attacked if non-coward allied fighters on the field. If you had a 400 card, attack or be attacked if a non-coward. Okay. So it just can't be in combat. It's actually a nice keyword. I have no idea what being a coward has to do with fucking bugs, though. Seriously, you know what I think about with bugs? You know? I think when I get to bugs, I talk about cowards. That's just a very odd flavour note. People talk about me being like fucking broken from Nightcrawlers. No, I'm not broken by them, but I was like so damaged that and I have a small cold. I'm actually sniffling a bit. Okay. Alright. Bugverter Butterfly. Whenever fighters cast, a question of a game clustered. Kingdom's card. During a step, if this card is Bugverter and Titan. What's a Bugverter and Titan? There's card switching a lasting to Bugverter and Might. Okay. Insecticide. Quickly introduced. There's too much math in this group. There's so much math. It's like maths. Because I'm British, I have to say maths with an S. All the maths. Math. More like meth. Ha ha ha. I'm funny. Okay, yeah. So, criticisms here. Steezy! Sorry. Sorry. Ugh. Okay. Criticisms of this group. Coagulating is a little bit too, like, fiddly right now. Because, like, you're coagulating different stats, you're coagulating different health and power. I think coagulation here does work, but it would be better. Okay, it would be better if it was just a set coagulation each time. So whenever you coagulate, it's just like always 100 health and power. Which actually would make it more powerful, but it would make it a little bit easier to keep track of. Secondly, I think there's just a bit too much stuff going on. Because in addition to coagulating, there's cowards for some reason. Like, there's cowardly cards that are cowards. Because you know what I think about when I think about bugs? I think about cowards. That doesn't really make sense to me. There's like cards that transform like up and down and like level up and like lose like levels by transforming, and that's a lot to keep track of. Mostly for your opponent rather than you. But I do think the core idea here could work. So I don't think this is salvageable. Yeah, this is salvageable. Okay. Let's write that down. I will look back, yeah. Standardized, made simpler. Nice saving book. Okay, it was the Abyssal Horrors. Oh my god, I can see the end. Okay, we're gonna get there before 11. Abyssal Horror, why did... Oh, it's a bone! I thought it was a nipple. Like a nipple piercing. We're already off to a great start, aren't we? Okay, the Abyssal Horrors are a slow, controlling blue-green group. Centered around drowning yourself to trigger effects while shuffling graveyard back into your deck to repeat it all over again. Another shuffle group. So, slow control, huh? Okay. Draw next, and exiles from your deck to top your deck to graveyard. Cards with fading are still put into the graveyard this way. This is just destroy the top cards of your deck. This is just destroy the top cards of your deck. Why is this keyworded? Let's see. I guess I'll talk about this because people talk about this. People talk about destroying the top bottom cards. The reason why I do it is actually because milling is a bit interesting from a game design standpoint. Milling is destroying cards from the deck to the graveyard. It's a little bit interesting, and the reason why is because players have a little bit of an irrational reaction to the cards being milled. So, like, say you play a card that like mills like the top 3 cards of your deck, and your super legendary awesome like Grimclaw is put in the deck graveyard. That's a bad example that I want to be there. Your super legendary awesome Agilis is in the graveyard, like you destroy it from the top deck. And that's like kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Even though from like a game standpoint, like from a game theory standpoint, it's absolutely correct to mill those cards. It still hurts a little bit. It still stings. And so that's why blocks cards destroy cards from the bottom. Because if you like mill Agilis from the bottom, it was at the bottom anyway. You were never going to draw it, so it hurts less. Human beings are irrational, as you will have undoubtedly noticed with my behaviour this past few hours. And you need to do little strategies like this to make, you know, people hurt a bit less. And so that's why I do stuff from the top, from the bottom. So you could do it from the top. Other games do it from the top. That's fine. It's just, why is it keyworded? Destroy. You could just destroy it from the top. It doesn't have to be keyworded. But okay. Let's go to Guest Round 3. Whenever cards sent to graveyard by effects you control, all fighters you control in hand gain 50 health and power. It's not really a blue thing, is it? Like milling your cell. I guess those like empty homes, so it's fine. But like, also in hand gain 50 power. Once cards cash off, force from graveyard into your deck. Okay. I need it. First off, Myrmidon crying. Look at this card, and then look at Myrmidon. Myrmidon is crying right now. The card Myrmidon is in shambles over this card. Oh no, it drowns 5 at the end. Never mind. Never mind. It's actually fine. When this card is cast, target fighter gains 250. Whenever this card is sent by the graveyard by effects you control. We had this discussion. We had this discussion last time. We had that. We had the discussion on Narcomoebas last time, lads. We had the discussion on Narcomoebas last time. You get to mill the card for free. Don't do it. No, actually, recurring cards for free isn't good. Don't do it. especially when this card's actually kind of good. Like, yeah, 150 health, 150 power on like a... Yeah, that's just like below natural, but like a nice stats actually. Yeah, I'll take a below natural I can get for free. We had this discussion. We've had this discussion several times before. Don't do it. Don't print cards you can get for free off milling. Do not do it. Although, okay, the fact you have to at least cast the card, okay. I do kind of like that. The fact you have to at least cast the card. That does kind of make it fine, but also you're just still getting a card for free. So, like, it has to be, like, less efficient than this. Like, if this was, like, a 150, that might be fine. When this card is cast, round 5. If you do, lock target firing set stats. When this card is sent to a graveyard by effects you control, draw a card. No, sorry, no. We had this conversation last time. I've got the name of the group. No, we had this conversation last time. Nope. Ophidians! Red, green, blue, mid-range, whose main gimmick is Venom. Venom is cause action placed in opponent's base plate and causes them to lose life, and it generally gets placed by attacking. Okay. So it's Venom. While this card is in your base plate, during end step, you lose 100 life for each Venom in your base plate. Once per each end step. So, okay. So, again, this could just be during your end step, you lose 100 life. Actually, I guess I can see why it's not like that, in case of like mass life loss triggers get a bit fucky with that. But okay. Whenever attack directly, obliterate this cardinal copies in your base plate. Okay. That's also a little bit weird, but we'll see. All the free move in counter events, attack with base plate. I don't want to read that common. Like, compare this common, you know? Whenever this card is cast or attacks. Also, Blue Burn. Hi, you've printed Blue Burn again? Hello, you've printed Blue Burn? What have you done? Oh, okay. No, we have to have a talk. We have to have a little talk. Okay. The reason why blue, doesn't get bred or burned for that matter, is because blue has what is called board state independent interaction. That's stuff like locking, returning, depths of nether, transforming at times, stat setting. These are effects which don't really give a shit about the actual board state your opponent has. They just always work. Your opponent casts a massive, I don't know, name a card, Grimclaw. Okay, just bounce it, lol. Your opponent casts a massive Grimclaw, just block it, lol. Compare that to like red, where red has to like damage stuff. Like it has to like burn away the health first. Or compare that to yellow, which has to like punch through with its stats. Compare that to green, where it does have board state independent interaction with like scripts and stuff that destroys cards, but it costs a lot. But compare that to blue, who can just Olaf any massive card in the game. And this is why you don't want blue to be able to ignore like the board state, because it already is really good at ignoring the board state. And so that's why it doesn't get life loss or burn, or bred for that matter. Because it already has locking and these aura abilities. So I wouldn't really print blue, red, or burn. The other reason why I wouldn't is because in 2015, blue was actually the burn colour, if you didn't know that. Blue was the best colour at burn and bread, not red. And if you think that's fucked up, congratulations, you have a brain cell. Yeah, if you people don't believe me, look up Stay Blue. Look up Stay Blue. OG Stay Blue. So yeah, blue burn, fuck you. But also, like, look at how, like, clean this effect is. 4 lines compared to whatever the fuck that is. Like, imagine, like, you know, you're a new player, you know, oh, this new Venom group, okay, you play against Venom for the first turn. Turn 1. That fucking text wall. Whenever 3 or more Venom cards put in a together, whenever card attacks, one Venom into print space into X shall line with fighters, X number of Venom players written 50. Board wipe? Okay. This is a bit weird because it's like a dual payoff, you know? It's a dual payoff where, like, okay, it wants you to have lots of Venom in the graveyard for the Venom, but it also wants you to have lots of graveyard lots of graveyard in the base late. Did I say lots of graveyard in the Venom the first time? I think I said lots of graveyard in the Venom the first time. Let's try that again. This is a bit weird, and that's like a double stacked payoff where, like, it wants you to have lots of Venom in the base plate, so it has decaying, and it wants you to have lots of Venom in the base plate, so it deals damage to enemy fighters. So, like, what are we talking? Why does it have both? It's a little bit, like, difficult to balance when they do stuff like that, when you stack, like, multiple upsides on top of one card for, like, the same payoff. It really only wants one. Most card attacks spell enemy to space plate, then give yourself a hasty inert sneak. Give yourself a hasty sneak. Haste in green. Haste in green. Haste in green. Okay. It's a little bit weird. It's not actually like that bad a haste thing. But like, don't put haste in green. Thank you. Please don't put haste in green. Smile. Please. Pretty please. Do not put haste in green. Please. Please, Mr. Ophidia. Please do not put haste in green. That destroyed my throat. Okay, whenever Venom enters your base plate, first time's turn, draw 1 card. Whenever you cast an Ophidian fighter, free Venom, base plate, that fighter gains some pretty have on power. Okay. Let's cast for 5 if there is 5 Venom in your opponent's base plate. Okay, and you control an Ophidian. You don't need like a 5 Venom and you control Ophidian. You just have if there's 5 Venom in your base plate. If there's 5 Venom in your base plate, that's enough. How are you getting Venom base plate if you don't have Ophidians? You know? Yeah, okay. Venom base plate because card is fading. Okay. Another thing I'd like to point out is Venom, like punishing you for attacking your opponent directly means you don't want to attack your opponent. I don't think, now that I've actually looked at it, I don't think this line of obliterate this card and all copies in your base plate is justified. I don't think that's justified. And especially because, like, if you're ahead, you want to, like, start ending the game, but you're punished for doing that with this type of effect. So, why? I just don't think it's justified. Like, I think it does want some outlet. I just don't think it wants this outlet, you know? Like, you want some way of removing this from the base plate. I just don't think this is what should be removed from the base plate. This is how it should be done. It triggers when you lose life, isn't it? It's when you're attacked directly, isn't it? That's even worse, because then you're punished for losing the game. That's even worse. Convergents. A mono green. Oh my god, it's a mono deck. It's a fucking mono deck. Thank God. Fucking thank God. It's a monocolored deck. Ah, there's a monocolored deck. Thank the 12. Thank you. Mwah. Kisses. Love and affection. And other noises. Monocolored deck. Ah. When this card dies, put Essence Ribbon in your base plate. If one doesn't already exist, then of course Purify you gain 4 color studs. Purified. Okay, well, what's the keyword this time? What's the keyword this time? Hmm? 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 Bob? Bob? Can you explain yourself, Bob? Bob, Bob, Bob? 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 Did you forget Bob? Well, this is gonna be a bit awkward, you know, if this submission wins, given we just kind of fucking doxed someone live on stream by accident. Oh well, simply do not win. Purify. Replace all color studs and fight cost with color studs and change that fight's color to colorless. Okay. Purify fighters are not in play. Convergent fighters gain additional fest when pure. Okay. So, okay, you have to be a little bit careful here, because purifying colored fighters, you know, purifying colored fighters to make them colorless. Yeah, it's a interesting terminology. Cool artwork though. I think I'm into this. I think I'm into this right now. Oh, I like this. I like this so much. Okay. Good old Epoch Spectres. You really nailed the theming here. Whenever you cast a green fighter, purify the old card in hand. If that card was already purified, it loses inert instead.
I used to, but then I got.
Okay. I think I'm into that. Although 4 white for 600, 200? Poor thing. When this card is cast, purify the old card in hand. If it was already purified, reduce its colorless cost by 3. So this would be the penis? Penis? Bob? Why is your penis out, Bob? Put that thing back, you know. Ay, ay, ay.
What? Penis? Where?
Okay, let's just pretend we didn't see that. Sanzel is a freak for allowing Bob to do that. Just so we're not going insane. No, actually, it is there. It does very clearly say penis right now. Maybe just the stream quality is just a little bit blurry, so you can't see it. But no, it's very clearly. If Bob was whitewashed by Sanzel, that implies that Bob got a white cock. Give yourself a copy of a Target Fighter that costs 5 or less total studs, except it's purified. Sure, I'll make this. Does it have to be 4 green? I guess so. No, this is like draw a card. This could be 3 green, I think. When this card is cast, destroy an essence from your base plate, then this card is purified, you gain 4 color studs. Okay. Boss with Desperation, when this card is cast, when a card is destroyed, this card gains 100 health, then this card is purified, this card gains 100 power. Destroy cards in base plate. Me on my way to play fucking one of the wielders. It's still a wielder. It's still a wielder. Still dual color. It's still a dual color group because I'm gonna play fucking wielder of the Illuminati. Illumina, sorry. What the fuck is that? BC chat real. Deception is real. I can't stop cooking. Crafted perfection transcends the gods and... I'm not reading the last bit. Good post. Good post. When this card is cast, if it has no coloured studs in its cost, summon a copy of it. Recur the top card of your graveyard except it's purified. Not fading. Not fading on the recur. Tut tut tut. Look at the degree of your hand, choose up to 3 and cost cards it. Nerd. Also, Senescence Termination. Fucking awesome name. It should be Terminate Senescence, but awesome name. Also, it's Nightfall. Shit. I thought I wanted this done before Nightfall, and it's now Nightfall. Effing chat. Second Coming. Whenever you put a card in a colour stun that's cost, put a copy of it in your base plate. All eyes pure for gain 100 health for each colour stun their cost. Wi-Fi or guard fighters, they gain 100 power for each colour stun lost. High Priestess. While this card is in play, that's not a valid trigger. That's not a trigger. That's just like a passive thing. So I don't like that. I'd probably just make it whenever you cast a card with a colourless stud that costs colourless studs, you gain that many colourless. No, that's fucking busted. Shit. At the start, when this card is cast, or at the start of your turns, there you go. High Priestess just robot does go hard, yes. I'll level 8, summon a fucking Essence Ribbon instead. I like this. I like this a lot. Yeah. It plays with colours a lot. It fixes like the colourless problem by being mono green, so that way you still are generating green studs and being mono green. There's some stuff I'm unsure about. Mostly Essence Ribbon, like repeatedly destroying non-colourless cards. That I'm not sure about. I don't think it'll get there. We'll see. Breakfast bugs. Okay, back to Tricolor. Is a red, green, blue mid-range group which focuses on sending tons of cards to the graveyard to activate their effects. Nope. 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 We had this rant. We had this rant last time. Nope. What's next? Stars. Oh. Ooh, this is pretty. Yeah, I like the effort put in here. Dual Shy presents 31st October 2023. Hell's Band. Enter the Stardome. Music by DJ Imptastic, Anti-Devil, Luthier All-Star. Summon Starfighters, get musical actions, use Encore to repeat those actions for big turns, outsizing and outgrind opponents to victory. Free parking, Inferno Gates open at 8 PM. 4th Oracle Avenue, Flenstorm Central, 9th Street. Tickets available at blockscards.fandom.com. No refunds permitted. This permit is brought to you by the Chaos Organization. Cool. I need to get a drink because my throat is killing me. So you know what that means. Quick FK, I'll get a drink.
Here's how to eat a banana formally. First, you'll need very sharp fruit cutlery like this. Cut each end off and place in the discard section at the top of the plate. Cut along the skin from left to right. Then just cut and eat one bite-sized chunk at a time.
My precious power ring! Go Ocelots are proud creatures.
Okay, so because there's a few people in chat wondering what the fuck do I mean by Narcomoeba, I will explain this just real quick one last time. Okay, Narcomoeba is an infamous card in Magic the Gathering. It has this effect, you know, when you mill it, when it's put into a graveyard, you put it onto the battlefield. Okay, so when you destroy it from the library, you get it into play for free. And Narcomoeba is one of the most degenerate cards ever printed, pretty much in the entirety of the game's history, which is fucking saying something because Magic's a pretty degenerate game when it wants to be. You think Living World OTK is like fucking spicy? You think cash grabs, like having destroy immune cards, is spicy? You ain't seen shit. Essentially, this card exists only, okay, to cause degeneracy. And the reason why is because it's for free. You get it for free while taking other game actions. Okay? And so because you get it for free while taking other game actions, okay, what happens is I have to balance every single card that destroys cards from the deck, assuming it'll proc these effects, which is very hard to do because it's a random effect that's kind of looks like it's spicy, and it just doesn't play well. Like, compare this to Liberate, okay? With Liberate, yeah, you get the card back, but you have to cast the card, and also the card is inefficient. Cards like compare, like, Civilian Rebel to, like, Pumpkin Bomb. Pumpkin Bomb deals 250 damage on the spot. Rebel deals 150 damage on the spot. It's not as efficient at dealing bread. And so... And so, because of that, okay, this is why I really do not want to see cards like this, okay, that give you advantages without you spending studs. Okay? I don't want to see it. Because all it does is it causes the game to revolve around being able to trigger those effects for free at completely random, because the library itself is random. Okay. And causing additional problems. Specifically, what makes Narcomoeba really busted? Yeah, you're completely right, Unk. This is going to be right on there. I really need to explain this. Is this little mechanical dredge, right? Where instead of drawing a card, okay, if you have a card with dredge in your graveyard, instead of drawing a card, you can put the card with dredge into your hand and then mill that number of cards. And the thing about dredge is you never cast cards with dredge. Dredge is like one of the most powerful decks ever created. It's like playable in like all the way in Vintage with like turn 1 kills, turn 2 kills really. Turn 2 kills, okay, without even casting spells. Let me just like remind you, okay. Thanks to Narcomoeba, okay, this deck can kill you on turn 2 without casting spells. Do not print Narcomoebas. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Okay. Stars. Really like this. Really like this thing at the beginning. Musical actions use encore to repeat those actions for big turns, outsing and outgrind. Okay, I'm hyped for this. Encore. Another keyword. Okay. Next encore action. Ooh. 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 Okay. Go action. Okay. This screen, maybe. Again. Well, actually, no, but this actually is an action for a good reason, given the fact that Encore exists. That actually does justify it. Okay. Hmm. Luthia, Morningstar Ruler. Whenever you cast a star fight, destroy a copy and take control card. When you cast a star action, your opponent loses 400 life. Whenever you cast a star fight, turn around star cards in your graveyard. Draw 20. Okay. Yeah, I like this. Moonleak? I keep feeling that's actually a generic action. I really should not have made Moonleaks a generic action, you know? I really shouldn't have done that. Minor problem here, which is that when you cast an action twice, that actually counts. No, does it? No, I don't think it does actually. Never mind. BC. First off, hate this name because Block Scots is synchronized to BC. So, Also, hang on a moment. Sorry, I just saw Bob again. Okay. Money. A stat similar to Dragon Force. Stat similar to Dragon Force. And I'd like to point out, if you remember, Solus did this last competition with funds. Okay? Good news, though, is that this is actually kind of small, so found this. Thank you for not blasting my ears out with long text. Just for that, you're already better than Solus. Never cast a beastie fighter against which I've ever twice. On a common? Oh, right, am I? Okay. Uh-oh. Yes, I read cards using my ears. You wouldn't have meant what I stood. It's fine. No starters. Weird, but okay. Again, I like to point out that if you want things that are like pseudo starters, like those construction workers, then actually just make them starters, so the star system plays nicely with them. Otherwise, though, sure. Just a BC card, you get 100 money. Ah, yeah. Hang on. Is this the only? So this has to stay in play for 4 turns to give you money. Mm-hmm. That's not gonna happen. What? What? 2 white, 1 blue, 750, 750. 2 white, 1 blue. Okay, it's level 2. Okay, it's actually level 2. Okay, right. Okay, yeah. That's what I get for not reading the card.
Reading the card explains the card.
Okay, yeah. Right. So this is a little bit of another thing I like to talk about, which is how the game handles multiple simultaneous effects. Well, if there's a simultaneous effects, when drawing an end step, for instance, what'll happen is the game will keep track of everything that would trigger on that end step, and then sort them all in order of right to left. So the card on the rightmost, will have the end step trigger first, then the one from the left. And this is important because these end step triggers can actually stop the other end step triggers from triggering. Which means you now have to worry about effect orders. And I'm a fan of little bits of effect orders. I'm a fan of effect orders. When it's light. Red Glyph Adept, Red Glyph Enforcer is a little bit cute. So that's why I'm okay with it, but it is a little bit janky. Here though, it could be kind of important. Difference between this and this is kind of night and day. So I also don't this is a really serious card. What card would I rather play, you know? Would I rather play Cancel Engine, for that cost? When it's cast, you get to seance a card before it starts to get its effects, Or would I rather gain money? Would I rather do this for this cost? Or would I gain some money, do you think? And this is another thing, about Dragon Force X. That's actually a big problem, which is not pegged to anything. How good is gaining money? I know. You have to know, every single card with money in order to determine that. And so, it's actually really hard to evaluate, how good money is. And compare that to a card hang on. Yeah, compare that card to Necrovent Excavation, which is a little bit weak as a card. But compared to this, where it's sensing every turn, that has innate value. It's 100 bread at the minimum. And also you can divide cards, 2 copies themselves. And that those effects have innate value. Okay? Because dividing stuff it lets you kill stuff with your Saints cards, to let you keep your Saints stuff alive a little bit. It has innate value. Whereas just gaining money on its own doesn't have innate value. So I'm not particularly impressed by money here. Construct the mech with a period. That mech's on his period. That implies the mech can get pregnant. I don't like that. We'll cast a card free for use for free for surviving of this game, summon a really strong. Why is this summoning? Why can't it just be the card itself? A 3,000, 3,000 with these stats, or just cast it for. Well, actually, yeah. No, cast it for free if you've. Yeah. Yeah, just make it cast it for free. It's completely fine. And yeah, all this is just so colorless heavy, yeah. We are going to hit the 4-hour mark, yes. Which is fine, because the last one was 4 hours, so... Okay, next on the list is Big Band. An attribute are keeping the rhythm going. Okay, so we've got some direct competition with 2 Battle of the Bands here. Okay. Given stars. You've entered rhythm! Okay, so this is the type of good Dragon Force cask. Or like Rage Esker, as they're called now. Because like it's pegged to something, it's got innate value. Except it's just a delayed 50 health and power. It's just a delayed 50 health and power. I'm sobbing. Oh. And how do you enter rhythm? Okay. So control all 4 fighters to get like a complete buff. Okay. Bomber drummer. That sounds a bit risque, doesn't it? A bomber drummer. Names are too long. That's a huge cost for a card that doesn't do. Like, let's say, okay, yeah, like you keep like these 4 fighters life, keep them life for 4 turns, and then you cast this. Let's see, then you'd be what? 1, 2, 3. It'd be 150 multiplied by 5 plus 750 plus 750. Well, it's got dice use from last check for Big Band Star. Composer, free white though. I like that. I like that a lot, given like starting to. That's a nice cheap card that actually has a lot of intrigue. I like that. I also like this. You seem to understand that this requirement is fucking hard. You seem to understand that, so you're putting stuff to make sure it can work. I think these want to be common, though, given... No, maybe not. Hmm. No, I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm preserving my voice for where it matters. Mm-hmm. Brain lag? It's not brain lag, it's brain preservation. Brain marination. Brain fermentation, even. Okay, opinion on the matter is, this is neat. I don't like it as much as the other one, because I think that like having all 4 of these in play at once seems like just difficult. Keeping that alive in play is like really difficult. And it's going to be kind of like a little bit win more. It's going to have a positive feedback loop where this deck is not good until you get all 4 out. But if you can't get all 4 out, then it just does nothing. So, yeah. What do you want to say? What did Myr think about Squires? Here you go. Here's what I thought about Squires. Speaking of coagulation, actually, there's actually a hang on. Yeah, for fucking Myr tangent, well, just like collect my energy. Okay, there's this comic book character called Coagula, right? She's just this comic book character called Coagula, okay? And in her first appearance, okay, there's like the supervillain called the Codpiece with a massive robo dick, and she fucking melts it. She fucking melts the robo dick. That's her first appearance. I just thought I'd let you know that. Okay, what's next? One, two, three, four, five, six. There's 8 groups left. Okay, Conspiraceit. To be honest, I don't even want to, like... That's such a bad name. Conspiraceit? Conspiraceit? Conspiraceitians? Conspiraceitians? Okay, first off, names, artworks, great. Manifest, three supernaturalities, invitation, this rise of green stars, first from the half, and read second when the butcher clue. So, okay. Okay. Myr did not die. Myr is just thinking. Am I not allowed to think? Is thinking illegal in this country? Do you have a thinking license, mate? Honestly. I'm sorry, I cannot be a fucking mouthpiece for 4 hours straight. What the? Why is there a baby one? Why is there a baby on here? I hate babies. Die. I did not do it just fine last time. Thank you very much. I did not survive the last designer comp unscathed. Okay, so the Scott's Haste is rotation sound deck, Scott attack manifest 1, my Scott dies manifest 1, so with manifest at least twice the stone first, so I goes against amplified. Okay, when the master rest stack tabiter, so Red Titan. Do it for RG 200 300, RG 200 300, if master is twice this turn. Definitely room. Conspiraceit Fieldwork Operator. Division in red. Division in red. I think red could get division. It hasn't right now because, like, just more like a niche protection. But manifest 1. Okay, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I hate the name. I really hate the name Conspiraceit. And I also really hate this Conceon. Like, those are, like, just kind of like garbled words. Not a fan of them. They do not have good mouthfeel, we'll say. They have unpleasant mouthfeel. Thesis and Medea, amateur journalist, runs card as cast, card feature green subject, have lose 200 life, each card recurred this way. 6 red, 6 red though. How are you getting 6 red? Oh, no, because it's mono red. It's a fucking mono red group. No! Oh, how's the mono red deck getting a 6 red card out? Fuck if I know. Oh, that's a hard one. I'm gonna have to think on that one. Yeah, completely dumpty. Okay, maybe to manifest, but naturally, to go from your graveyard into your terrain slot. You're just throwing this out here completely at random. put shit in the terrain slot. Who cares? This card goes through manifestation in this game. When this card casts Manifest 3, unlock them during end step. This card transforms into Mucalinda. What the fuck does Mucalinda do? If I'm going to play this card for the first time, how do I know? And then Mucalinda. When this card dies, draw 3 cards during end step, draw this card. So we're clear. The legendary just like you cast it, you manifest 3 cards, unlock them, and during end step you cast this, you draw another 3 cards, and then kill it. My boss monster dies. My boss, that's sad. Yeah, that's sad. The boss monster dies, you know? Oh, I get to like, you know, oh, build up to this, you know, and then transform it, and then it just dies. That's sad. It's not even like a massive like balance problem or anything. Like, it's just sad. Sad. It tries to coexist with Obloxians each day. It'll do what is necessary to mean such, even if it means killing 2 naive simpletons. That's good flavor text. The fear felt by the subject during supernaturalization is proven to attract new specimens. Further utilization to form new supernaturalities is being assessed. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What's next? Mobsters. People are talking about this one a lot. So let's see here. Constitutional appeared to the production, beverages. The Mobster group is a blue group focused on adding cards to your hand by any means necessary, then bootlegging those cards to make them blue or yellow. Bootlegged cards have all red spots and the cost change to yellow and green cost change to blue. Sound that plays no card is bootlegged. The dumb guy oh whoa. The dumb guy oh whoa. Oh whoa, doxing. Ooh woo, doxes you. Sorry, I have to actually like turn on my volume. One moment. That's pretty funny. Scroll down for the card, Tonic Sapster. This card has haste if you... Oh no. When this card attacks and destroys a fighter, put a random non-token card into your... Please? for the absolute love of God, please tell me that if I scroll down, there'll not be a card that costs a single blue stud, or a single white stud, or a blue-white stud. Please tell me, for the love of God, if I scroll down, I won't see it. Okay. Let's explain why this is a problem. Let's explain why this is a problem. Okay, so the thing about going first in this game, as you may have noticed, is you don't get the first attack. You don't get the first attack. So, and this is important because it turns out going first in this game is really good because you get to gen first. You get to gen coloured studs first, and you get to like set up a board like gen coloured stud first. It's so good that going second has like 2 different advantages. It gets to attack first, and it gets 2 extra coloured studs. Now, one way this can be really subverted is if there is big cards with haste that you can cast turn 1, which this is. So what you can do is you can cast this turn 1, give a haste, attack for a bit, and then fuck up the second turn player's board while you're going first. And this was so powerful that in Yore and Robotic Pet Shelter, this had to be nerfed several times, this strategy. RPS Chomper. Okay, RPS Chomper. If you look at RPS Chomper in the teasers, this card used to have haste. Okay, well, it does have haste right now, but it used to have like unconditional haste plus some extra stuff. And what happened is the best move of RPS every single time was to discard your entire hand to cast Chomper turn 1 if you're going first, because you would just like snowball like the attack triggers out of like you would like stop them like developing the board, the second player developing the board, and also the attack trigger would just snowball out of control, like this does. This is RPS Chomper on a starter. This is Yore Wheel on a starter. And, no. No, actually. Don't do that. Yore Wheel might look like a joke to like you lot, but that's because in testing we had to nerf it like 50 times over. So yeah, no. Smuggler. Once per turn, when you cast a mobster, put a non-token entity into hand that costs 4 fewer studs and bootleg it. Sure. I mean, I don't like this draws a card like so efficiently with that stat line. I really don't like it draws a card so efficiently with that stat line. I would like weaker stats here, but that's minor consideration. I'd certainly take that over fucking... But... Secretive Speakeasy... a Secretive Speakeasy, my apologies. First card cast, reduce the cost of all bootlegged cards in hand, boundary stud type. Drawing down step, play the bootleg card this turn, draw a card. Sure. It's a terrain as well. I like this. Let's card texture. Yeah, that's a terrain I would print. Okay, lid. Okay, as funny as this was, the joke got old like the second time you posted that. Could you please stop? Thank you. Much appreciated. Malfeasance. Cast this card in the score cost for your bootleg forecast game. A target enemy fighter loses 4 power. Summon a hitman and unlock it. The fuck's a hitman? Okay, what's a hitman? Oh, okay. Again, why is this an action? Why can't this just be a fighter? Genocide? Genocide? Genocide in my box cards? It's more likely than you think. First time a blue card deck for a Mobster card. Yeah, I like this. This feels like this card and this card. The Smuggler. These feel like the effects should be swapped. You know? Anyway. If it has too much almost again for you have power. Yeah, sure. Rapscallion. So a bent bean shooter? A bent bean shooter? Oh no. Okay, to be fair, they're not British. They wouldn't know. I'll explain it in a bit. Oh, when the survey dies, put a random nautical and bootleg it. Okay. Bent bean shooter. Okay. So for those who don't know, okay, bent in a British language. Bent is kind of like a slang for like a gay person. Like, oh yeah, he's bent ears. He's proper bent. He's as straight as a roundabout. Like, I thought they were fucking calling this guy gay. Gay bean shooter. Yeah, I'm sure this VOD is postable. Like last time I said I talked about like, killing coloured people in like the last VOD. It'll be fine. That's the card 4 score 334 bootleg card and bootleg it. Irresistible. Okay. Okay, that's actually a good reminder. Okay, yeah. I like this. Theft. Theft. I don't. Is there enough bootlegging going on here? I guess there's like the two fairs. I feel like there needs to be a bit more bootlegging going on. You know? That costs 2 plus X total studs. I feel like this doesn't want to be like an epic, you know? I feel this wants to be like a common. No, like an uncommon or even a rare. Feels a bit weird at epic. Bottle Capone. Bubble M number 1. Escar's cast. Choose one. Okay. Choice of things here. Second and third mode feel a bit similar. Like, I think I'd always take the second mode over the third one. But... yeah. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, he did a good job here. This is completely... We cannot put this in the game. We cannot put this in the game. For, like... reasons I hope are obvious. Given, yeah, you know, the bootlegging, the mobsters, the booze, you know, the booze. The booze, the cat, yeah, you know, it's a little bit too obvious, the fucking rambunctiousness, the fucking genocide. You kinda can't say that word in blocks cards. Kinda can't say that word. But yeah, I like this. No, I'm keeping that typo. I'm keeping that typo. Okay, hey, what's next? Orphans of Time. Orphans of Time is a red-blue group based on gaining distortion, parkour flashbacks, and keeping it to activate strong effects. Beefcake Time. Why is there Homestuck in this? Why is there Homestuck in this? Okay, no. 2D Razor kinda does look like Homestuck. Sorry. Sorry. No, sorry. Sorry. Razor actually is kind of Homestuck. Okay, what's the keyword this time? When a card is on the field, it gives control a distortion based on its number. When a card is on the field, it gives its controller a distortion based on its number. Okay, so it adds the distortion to like a tracker, and then okay. Sword deal maker, light runner. So this is just if you have a big board. Yeah, so this is just if you have a big board. Imagine almost savagely pouncing out something that looks like a Narcomoeba, but actually isn't. Okay. Yeah, if this is just like if distortion is just have a big board, that's going to be really disappointing. Because the best way to get distortion, I imagine, is just like have lots of cards that give distortion, like in play at once, or no, just have a big board, which decks want to do anyway. So the main mechanic here is play the game. The mechanic here is play the game. And for that, I think it actually just kind of fails at like the fundamental point of being like a group, which is to play the game differently. Well, let's look at individual cards at least. Look at strike open the deck, place one on top of the deck, and right on the bottom shuffle the rest. X amount of distortion we have. When this card's cast, draw a card. This card costs one less colorless for every distortion you have. Why are you putting the X at the bottom when it's relevant here? Seriously, stop doing that. It's really annoying. Timeless Slasher, most cards cast play X cards per graveyard, X is your distortion. Just into doing and so divide the Xenoslimes. Xenoslimes? Blue red Xenoslimes? The Xenoslimes in the cools that aren't Xenoslimes? Blue red Xenoslimes? Sighs Japanesely. Destroyed Fate. Sunshine more features. If you have 9 or more distortion, they gain 2 to health and they draw a card and they die. If not, summon another one. Immune effect damage. When this card is cast away attacks, look at 4 invisible actions. Choose one, trigger it free. Trigger it for free. Trigger it for free. X times. X times. My face when I free cast blue red actions. Me on my way to fucking fetch Perry. That's actually kind of cool. I actually don't think it's a problem. I actually do think it's kind of cool. But also, Aww. God damn it. Okay, Depth Striders. Depth Striders is a group that focuses on sending cards to the graveyard from your deck, then using Rise to bring them back and turn the tides. Okay. Delve X, look check to attack and change the order of them, put them on bottom of your deck in the order, X check the number side of a delve. So, scrying, okay. Minus cards in your graveyard, card enters your graveyard from the deck, put a charge counter. When this card is in the graveyard, if a card enters your graveyard from the deck, put a charge on this counter. Then if they have 5 more charges, summon this fight and transform it. The cards of graveyard are set up below the base art and below the graveyard. I see a deep broken symbol. I see a deep broken symbol. I see a deep broken symbol. Now, I have a little bit of a confession. I know absolutely nothing about deep broken. Like, absolutely nothing about deep broken. Nothing at all. So, I don't think I'm the person to judge this group. But we'll see. Hang on. What if a card enters your graveyard? Are we about to have the conversation a third time? Are we about to have the conversation a third time? 4 times if you count last one. Are we about to have the conversation again? Let's find out. When caster delve 2 token deck to the graveyard, so it has Rise, their voice if I gain 200 power. So when a factor delve 3 and send top to cozy deck to the graveyard with the dice and transform it. Wait, what? What the fuck is Canto of a Weak Man? Am I missing something? Cards in graveyard have set arts. They'll have set arts, which is below the base art and above the graveyard. set art. Am I missing something? What's a set art in this context? I like this man because he's just like sitting. He's just like sitting, just like that. Just like, slightly brain dead. I like him. When you cast this fighter, deal 5 to the top 3 cards to graveyard. This is just not. No. 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 We've had this conversation multiple times. No, don't bake penis. Okay, I guess I will look at the arts like one last time because actually these arts look good. That is that Grimclaw? Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to give it a little sniff test. Let me just, oh shit, change windows? Okay.
Oh, never mind.
Sorry, Discord died. I'm alive. Discord to do the stick. It's a warning. Do not sniff. No sniffies. Dickhead.
You tried sniffing. Yeah.
I know, lads. How are we feeling about this? The same? Not the same? How are we feeling?
I hear a fan in the background.
Oh, right, of course. I'm not streaming anymore because fucking Discord had a little tantrum. A little tantrum you. There we go. How are we feeling?
I know that's literally the same thing but cropped.
So
Wait a
I'm
minute.
happy to excuse this because, like, if I'm okay with fucking stock art and like meme, this takes a smidge more effort than like just like that takes like way more effort than just like making a little scribble. So like I actually am willing to let it slide, but simultaneously, fucking bruh moment. Especially when all these other arts are like really cool as well. Like that, you know. Shark Boy, extremely pixelated Shark Boy, you know, all this cool stuff. But yeah, please stop doing this. For the absolute love of God, please stop doing this. Thank you. If I see one more of this, like, in this competition, I am going to possibly just end the stream on the spot. Designers! A blue-ray Shilgoose that has effects relating to the order of fighters and the orders that affect triggers. Okay, I already hate this group. Okay. It's where newcomers. When it's cast on a sketch. So let's see what the sketches are. I'm actually streaming. Yes, I am. Okay. Oh, it's Gulpy! It's Gulp! I know what Gulp is. Okay, sketch. No zones. When scars cast, draw cards from the sketch. These all. Oh, multiple sketches. I like that. No keywords this time, thank God. During a fighter adjacent to this one, generate. Adjacency! Rightmost enemy fighter! Targeting a fighter, all fighters to its left. When scars cast, summon 3 sketches. During a if leftmost fighter is blue, draw if it's yellow. If it is this card. There's summon sketches which are like white. Is that a thing? That's weird. Target each allied Terrarian, suspend them, then unsuspend them in the order. All allied Terrarians get 50 attack power for every fighter to their right. Okay, here's the biggest problem with this group. Why would I play all these effects together? Yeah, this is the biggest problem with this group. There's no, like, cohesion here. Why would I play all these cards together? Like, there's this card, okay? I have Unironic Claws, right? Which is kind of good, but, like, really badly statted. Like, how much... I would need about, like, 800 health for this to be happy. How would I get 800 health from this? If I have... 650? 650? So that's what? 13? It's like, I'm not really going to be happy casting this with stats. I don't think. Like, ever. And what's the other designer ones? Yeah, the term designer only appears in 2 cards. So, like, I'm deeply unimpressed with this. Yeah, because, like, there's just not enough, like, cohesion. There you go. That's an easier complaint. How do I turn into a group shell or not? My opinion on that is that shell groups are like a myth that don't really exist. Like, it's bad terminology. That's not something I'll get into here, but like, I don't think like the shell group distinction is like useful. Why would I play all these cards together? Okay, what's next? Luminaries! We're at the last three. Luminaries are GUI mid-range route. Convert factors to bolster its ranks and reward dedication by granting them group exclusive benefits. Mechanics. Solar pool. Sure. Fair enough. Okay. Let's go, guys. Give yourself a random green or yellow fetch card, or give yourself a yellow green or yellow card, or nice. Give yourself a yellow. Okay. Give yourself a yellow fetch card, then for short form on Luminaries, give yourself a yellow fetch card. Let's look at the artworks first, actually. Yeah. Want some happy people. Damn, the one on the left's kind of fit. Gleaming Gathering. Shining Chaperone. Yep. Shimmering Elder. Luminous Officer. Lucid Paroli. Lucent Laborer. Beaming Purveyor. Bright Prolucator. Lambent Barrier. Brilliant Municipal Temple Hall. Astral Execution. Oh, all these nice people, and then just kill! Ray, Incandescent Arc Priest. Okay, no, sorry. I have to take one extra break, because my throat is fucking raw. One extra drink.
Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. Shots.
want? What do you want, huh? You want some money? Take it. Oh shit! Oh!
This is Lonnie, okay? And I'm gonna show you my battle cry. Now, people call it the battle cry, the warrior cry, the bird call, the noise, the telephone. It's like so many different things that they can call it. But I call it the battle cry. This is what it is. Now, the battle cry, if you can replicate it, leave a video response below. It's very simple. Make a high-pitched noise, and then you, oh god, what's it? Then you wiggle your tongue.
This record is in honor of George Floyd, and I really hope we can see more unity and more peace when already things are so difficult. So, shout out to his family.
Okay. That'll be the last break. Now we just clean all this. Okay. I do have flavor text. Yes, we do have flavor text. Okay, good. Scribes from looks it was the only one that had a meme slide. Although apparently Ring Band is a meme, so we'll find out. When all three off the path, lives us to guide them back. Okay. Most cards cast dice, skills of green yellow fire card, can be on fire card, luminaries, most cards destroyed like a do. Kill, okay. Most cards can attack, cards move, sword sense looking for power. Most card finishes attacking, target fight. One, hang on, mate, wait, hang on. 1, 2, okay, right, okay. That starts at uncommon. Fair enough. And this time, turn spell copy into your base blade. Give yourself a good yellow card for central stock cost. Smells a little bit bland. Yes, I'm digesting this one because I'm trying to find, like, the interesting bit, and I'm not seeing it. Like, yeah, okay, yep, I joined the group. Yep, I make green yellow fighters. Yeah, this is solidly okay, I guess. Yeah. What was Astral Execution? Good to hear. There can be no light without shadow. That's a great flavor text. A solve your turn, spoken your opponent, both it, and give yourself a green yellow fighter card, total sight from the base plate. Yeah, I guess my opinion right now is that a lot of this is just like it's kind of got the same issue with designers. Yeah. Ray is like a fairly generic card. I do like whenever effect gives you a card as like a theme. I feel like this like stretch between two different themes of like whenever I'm given cards and whenever stuff becomes Luminaries, and I don't think they're meshing well together. I think it should be one or the other. Yeah, I think that's my opinion on the matter. Let's see here. Luminaries. No, that's a plus. That's a plus. Okay. Singularity. A group based off killer robots taking power and stuff. Oh, they get to combine the passives. Do you remember what counts as a passive? We don't know. As if they were cast. Tut tut tut. If you need to make an exception like this, then like, I don't know. I don't know, if you need to make notes like this, why can't it just be like the card that does the merges? You know? Like they gain the passives anyway. Also again, this is like giving passives onto cards. It's Chaos Bond with extra steps. And remember what happened to Chaos Bond, don't you? Mobile players are dying. Yep. Why does cards cast merge two fighters? Merge. Can this merge enemy fighters? Like, can I target myself and enemy fighter? And like merge their fighter onto mine? Okay, yeah. So script through a body. Script through a body. Flesh to Steel. That's a cool name, Flesh to Steel. No idea why, like, a card that costs, like, a single yellow stud, though. Yes, I can coagulate myself. Constellated Mechanics. Why is this green? This is like the opposite of green, you know? This is not green. Just like in like flavor. Wait, that's strange. Oh, so it is. Also, like, all these cards, like, oh yeah, make if these are present, make Perfect Creation, otherwise make Abomination. I feel like we're trying to make like dwarves again. This feels very dwarfish in nature. Dwarf. Oh god, the tokens. Yeah. Oh god, the tokens. You know, if you're saying, oh god, the tokens on your design document, like, oh god, there's so many of them, maybe that's a sign there shouldn't be this many. Just saying, you know? If there's this many tokens, then maybe you shouldn't have this many tokens. Like, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 non-tokens to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 12 to 9. Also, though, I do like the artworks here. Medic bot. Actually, no. This reminds me of like some like crazy like alternative medicine YouTuber that talks about like fucking like healing crystals. That's like really well animated, despite the fact they're talking about like crystal energy. Like the all artworks, you know. Yeah, they're not card art quality, but they're cute. I like them. I really like Flesh Steel. Like, you know, he's a bit concerned. Yeah. It's a little bit mean. Just put this as the feedback. It's a little bit mean, but I think it's fair. I think it's fair. Finally, Ring Band. It's time. So, why the fuck are you people so hyped about this one? Ring Band. Red with a splash of yellow that is very aggressive. Focus on direct attacks. Just a reminder for whoever will be judging, the TM in Agona's card art is just the sign of their band and not anyone's sign name. My friend was making this as we frankly have time zones to cover both times, as like say, I don't know how before. Online is finished, which is not supposed to be there, so marking the pins, but thank you for considering us. Okay, thank you for submitting. Pawn for the pings. The Communal Fighter is missing. Its name is supposed to be Angel Runaway. Uh-oh. Okay. Deep breath. It's not going to be on screen real quick. I'm reading something because in the submission channels there's some extra like clarification. You see, that's not in link, and this time it's just a lot of clarification, so don't see it. So it's time. Oh, it's a third art one. Okay, that's a bit molten. Do you want to shift that up a bit? Card bio here, card bio here, card bio, card art here, card art here. Ugh. And keywords head on. The attack targets the tile right in front of the fighter with this keyword. Hmm. Hmm. I'm confused what this means. The title talks in front of it fighter with the keyword deals flinch exchange direct attack. So the tile in front of the fighter with this keyword. On cast, draw a card. On direct hit, draw a card. Why is the head-on effect gain a red stud? Myr is soaking right now. Myr is soaking it all in. This feels like the submission is just like slightly has dementia, a little bit of Alzheimer's, you know? Stuff isn't in quite the right place. Stuff's been forgotten, you know? Stuff's in the wrong area, like the bio is in there for some reason. Yeah, I'm patient in Ringbang compared to Nightwatch because Nightwatch is like its core conceit does not make me want to its core conceit is like sensible. Ringband's like core conceit seems like sensible. I don't understand it, but I don't like it's like sensible. Hmm. And also, to be honest, like attacking the fighter directly opposite, or like doing sort of stuff directly opposite, is actually probably a better like adjacency effect in game designers, like other areas like that. It probably is actually better at being an adjacency like board manipulation effect than most of them we've seen. So, the card of no name is called Angelic something. Hang on. It's called Angel Runaway. It was just made an error. It's very sloppily put together. On cast, destroy target. Maiden's beatboxing to that one. Okay. Christ almighty. Sure, okay. Vasoractic can be fucking total still cost 5. Sure. 5 cost Vasoractic in yellow. What could go wrong? Also, hang on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Just barely. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, that is every single group. We actually skipped one, didn't we? Yes, we skipped the one with like the bad text, the text I don't like. Trendy, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Make a copy. Okay. What I'm gonna do is we're just gonna make this Comic Sans. There we go. Much better. Okay, Target Fighter joins the Trendy group. Okay, makes people trendy. Druid Fighter controls a trendy fighter. This card gains 100 health and power. Trends, okay. Tower Defense Enthusiast. Fashion, are you sure that's a fashion junkie and not like a murderer? Because, okay. Well, I guess they can't be, I guess they're not like mutually exclusive. I guess you can be a fashion junkie and a horrible person. In fact, no, I think that's a requirement. In order to be a fashion junkie, you have to be a horrible person. Yes, I love draping myself with the sweat and blood of sweatshop workers. I love marinating in the suffering of the Southeast Asia. Okay. Weird aside about Southeast Asians aside. Trend Tracker. When Scars cast, this gains 200 health and power for every trendy fighter your opponent controls. Casting control 5 fighters when someone's a trend follower. Eternal zones and fading gives some topic X that costs 1 restored and has fleeting. Kinda. See? They've got the Grimclaw tech. They've got the anti-Miz tech in this. Thank you. Thank you for the anti-Miz tech. Chaos. that talk about sweatshops, huh? All that talk about sweatshops, and then they fucking post this. Zam. Okay. Trending genre, dead trends. Billy trends influenced. Yeah. This is going to be a bit of a surprise, but I kind of like this. I kind of like this. Trendency? Trendency? No. That's not. It's not. That's not a word. Should I be worried? Should I be worried? Okay. Okay. I actually kind of like this. Weirdly enough. Yeah. Okay. Where's it in between? Trend. Trend. Hellbenders. Yes, this group should have really printed a card called Wanted Trend. That would have been wonderful. And with that, every group is done. Someone's asking about the slavery statements. I collect like modern slavery statements on websites because, like, thanks to UK law, like all these random websites have to like they have to. Yeah, because like thanks to UK law, right? Okay, they have to like display like a statement on how they're going to like end modern slavery in like their theme parks and stuff. All these websites. They have to demonstrate they're not using slavery in any way. And so you'll just go into like Peppa Pig World, like, you know, just like fucking like Peppa Pig World. Okay, which is like this cute little, like, you know, cute little theme park for like fucking little kids, Peppa Pig World, and just bang in the middle of the website is just a statement about slavery. Quality decreased. Quality decreased for this comp compared to last month's. And this is because you people, okay, have been given, you've been given not the leash, you know. It's nothing to apologize. It's just the fact that like when you're restricted, you have to actually like you have to actually like try a bit more. When you don't have restrictions, okay, you're forced to when you don't have sorry, I'm fucking brain dead right now. When you don't have restrictions, what happens, okay, is that you just pick something that you really like without trying to figure out what the actual brief wants. And it turns out that game designers tend to be pretty weird. We tend to like breaking the rules, doing like stuff that is weird for the sake of being weird. Is how I describe a lot of these groups, to be honest. Which is fine, but like it doesn't really like you have to actually make sure stuff still plays well, and like isn't going to be like a bounce nightmare, while also being a bit weird. I will say the flavoring this time was better because you people actually had like more control over the flavor, but like mechanically, mechanically it wasn't as good. So yeah, I believe we're done here, unless anyone wants to ask me questions. I have sound on now. 8 minutes of Q&A. Let's see what happens. A 4. I guess you can like stop streaming now, Snub.